And we're live, I think. Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. What's up, everybody? It's Flagrant Crash. Welcome to the Draw episode 7. Let me talking about the Ohio spill, some chemical stuff, what's going on there, and kind of just chilling. It's been a little bit of a week for me, and I know Crash has got a pretty big week coming up. So we will get it rolling. Crash, how you been, man?
I am good. I'm good. I'm taking a week off from work. I'm gonna go visit some friends out west. Just go hang out and relax.
Where are you going again?
New Mexico.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really, really, really hope I can get out to Vegas for the April meetup.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to make Vegas. It's just gonna
Rob.
require too many hey Rob. Hard
Quite too
agree.
many.
Hard agree. Governor DeWine is an asshat.
Yeah, I am not exactly excited about what's going on because I think a lot of people are going to end up with a lot of problems later in life because of this. And the
Yes.
response to this by our federal government is pathetic. Fucking pathetic.
Yeah, worse than this is one of the worst emergency responses I've ever seen.
Did you see the manifest list?
I've not combed through it. I've seen it posted. I've read articles about some of the other chemicals that they're saying have been leaked.
Yeah, somebody posted on Twitter the full one. I meant to bookmark that.
Yeah, I realized before we got on here that all of my bookmarks in relation to this are in on my laptop, not on my main machine. So I'd have to dig them up. So I'm gonna go off of memory a bit here. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
well,
that there's the reporting on this has been inconsistent to say the least. I've seen reports that claim that that the derailment caused the fire and that the firefighters were fighting it all weekend, but I don't think that that's true.
no, because there's video of the train on fire miles and miles and miles before the derailment.
No. Hear
Oh,
me out here.
yeah,
The actual fire did not cause another fire. I don't believe. The local news on Saturday was reporting that the derailment was not on fire at that time. So apparently once it derailed, the fire just went out. But the vinyl chloride, at least the one of the tankers, we don't really know how many were leaking, but at least one of them was at a minimum, perhaps all of them. Not entirely sure. That's what's entirely unclear. Because other reports are saying that yeah, they initially they were draining it.
mhm.
Uh, they may or may not have been doing a controlled burn already on what was being drained, in which case they were keeping it contained as opposed to just setting it off into the in a huge mushroom cloud into the atmosphere. Uh, so I don't know. I was found myself very confused because I could not find consistent reporting. The article that I found, I think, to be the most reliable would have been the NPR's article because they were actually at least giving names of people they were quoting. So to
Yeah.
some degree, that's something that you can fact check with. You can fact check with those people and say, "Is this what happened?" You know, uh, yes or no. And they were the ones who said that yeah, that there wasn't a fire over the weekend, but rather that the pressure relief system failed. As to why, we probably won't know till NTSB's. Hello, Welsh. NTSB's report comes out, but that won't be for a couple of years, probably. This government operates very slowly on these investigations.
Yeah.
And even then, it probably wouldn't be a very reliable report. we, we've seen so many government reports that just get refuted as soon as they're released.
I'm
Let's
looking.
see. Okay,
I'm looking for the video with
I'm reading
Tucker
Robert's
and that couple.
comment. Vinyl chloride, phosgene gas were vaporizing at first. The fire was a controlled burn. Okay, so yeah, I've heard either that it's a controlled burn or it was an attempt at manual venting the vinyl chloride tanker because the pressure relief had failed. There were 5 tankers of vinyl chloride. This is where the story gets really kind of sticky for me. That did all 5 tankers' pressure relief systems fail? If so, how? How did you have such a huge systemic failure? That's the only reason why you would be setting ablaze all 5 tankers. And then there were at least there were 5 other tankers with toxic chemicals in on that train, and I don't know how many of them went up in flames, but I believe it's at least 3. So that it just doesn't add up for me at all. It just doesn't make any sense. Like a controlled burn is you're trying to control a single stream, not setting ablaze 8, at least 8, because then I've read that there were petroleum tankers on that train as well, and those things had also entirely burnt up.
Yeah, the list I saw showed
Hello, Mr. Kush.
petroleum oil and petroleum. You got the petroleum oil, the vinyl chloride, the I think it was what was it?
It's a very long name. Like,
Polyethylene glycol.
no, ethylene
Or-
glycol monobutylate or something like that. It's got 3 words in the name, and it's very lengthy. Or it might be 4. I don't know. And then there was another one. And yeah, just to be clear, on the phosgene gas, that is actually a byproduct of burning the vinyl chloride. So the phosgene gas should unless that was on the manifest. Like I said, I did not comb through that. I don't know if that was listed on the manifest. But I mean, it is a byproduct of burning the vinyl chloride. So if it wasn't on the manifest, I think it probably just came because they burned the vinyl chloride.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to burn all those at the same time. Like one of the
Yeah, to
number
me,
one
there's
thing.
nothing controlled about it. Like you just set the
Yeah.
entire. Like you would think you would be trying to preserve the tankers that were intact.
Well, and the number one thing when it comes to chemicals, you don't want to mix them ever, no matter like
That too. Yes,
that
mixing
doesn't
them
make any sense.
mixing them amidst a blaze.
Yeah.
Like you're giving all of the energy it needs to have like an even more catastrophic reaction. Like a controlled burn, there are places where it is like a necessity, but I don't buy that they even come close to meeting that criteria where it might have been a necessity here. There's a couple articles saying there was an imminent explosion risk because of pressure rising in the tank, but in at least one tanker, that's where they lose me, because it's like, so if it was just the one tanker, why did they blow up all 5? Or was it really that it was a botched attempt? I mean, that's one possibility, is just that maybe that is what they were trying to do, just focus on the one tanker that was the problem, and they botched it, and it ignited, backflashed into the tanker, caused a bigger explosion, which lit the other ones, and then they
I
just
mean,
called it a success.
yeah, exactly.
Like,
Well, it's like from the Green Mile. Well, Edouard Delacroix is dead. Well, the tankers were burned. That
he
was the
got rid of
goal.
all the chemicals.
Yeah. Did you see the video of the?
Hey, front porch, good to see you.
Hey, what's up front? Did you see the video of the people throwing the rocks into the creek?
Yes, yeah.
And then did you see the one of the guy who was using the test strips?
No, I have not seen that.
Let's see.
Like, I was digging hard into this story for a while, and then I got distracted by other things, which you and I talked about before this.
Yeah. It's gonna be so. I should have bookmarked all this crap, and I did not even think about it with everything that's been going on this week.
Yeah, I need to figure out a system for either syncing my bookmarks between this computer and the laptop, or just getting them moved over if I bookmark them on my laptop.
Yeah. Yeah, it should. Are you using Chrome?
I'm using Brave, and I think that's why. Because I know
Gotcha.
there's a way to sync using Brave, but I don't do that. I don't know if I should. I'm just always very wary. I mean, I guess what's one more account list with another company, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Holy crap, fair and balanced. Thank you.
What?
Good to see you.
Oh
And thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
Yes. We're not
We are
worthy.
not worthy.
We're not worthy.
Farron, I have to give a huge shout out to you because of all the work you've done with the Eliza Blue stuff. I talked to Crash and everybody a bit about it last week, but uh, that whole story personally pisses me off because I went through some of that stuff as a kid, not the trafficking portion, but the other terrible shit, and it was extremely disgusting. Like I loathe that person for what she's done and how she's riding on the coattails of people who have suffered horrible shit. So thank you for what you're doing with that.
Yes, and so looking forward to that documentary. Still hasn't come out, right? I've been looking for it, but her- yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
Let's see.
Just seeing her work. And I know how detail oriented she is, how in depth she's gonna go. I'm
Yeah,
sure we're still gonna learn as much as we've been talking about it for weeks. I'm sure we're going to. There is so yeah, still a bit. Interviewed Megan Fox today on stuff. Wow, like too sweet.
no, thank you. No, you. It's amazing what an actual journalist can do when they're not swayed by corporate dono dollars. Um, I so do you think she's going to show to the Mines event? Because at this point, I don't think she's going to.
I I would actually be shocked if she did show up. There's a chance
Yeah.
that she might, just because it's kind of died down because she's not saying anything other than like thinking that Defengo was apologizing to her, and so she made that very arrogant statement of "I accept your apology" and nothing else.
Well, isn't Brittany in talks with Mines?
Yes, and so if I mean I don't know how much she's paying attention right now. That's the thing. Is if she thinks that it's died down enough, she may try to show up. But if she's paying attention and sees that people are still not going to take too kindly to her, I think she would just ghost it.
I still think she's in brand salvage mode. Yeah, I think that's why she hasn't been saying a whole lot. I think she's. I mean, she was deleting the stuff when she
Yeah,
privated her account, and I think she's just trying to cover her ass for being an absolute fraud. And it's like I said a few weeks ago. I think because one of the videos Farron put out, she literally said in an interview, survival sex is not trafficking. So she basically admitted, yeah, I'm doing what I can with whoever I can to get where I want to go because I want to be famous. So, and Jesus Christ, the uh, digital photo exploitate whatever garbage word salad she put up about how she was trafficked because other people were using her images. Like, grow up.
yeah, it's
If that's the case, my daughter gets trafficked for making school pictures. Like, yeah, and she fully deserves it too. And I think at this point Brittany should file a lawsuit against Twitter because she did not break any terms of service.
no for sure.
So thank you, Farron.
Yeah, thanks, Farron. Like, I'm not entirely sure what grounds she can use though, because I know it's kind of an old trope at this point, and people are tired of hearing this, but Twitter is still technically a private company. So you're not necessarily beholden to somebody else's First Amendment on your property.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Guess you.
and their terms of service reflect like the only thing you could get them on is that they are not holding up their side of the terms of service. And maybe she does have a case in that realm on a civil suit that because she did not break the terms of service, they are not upholding their side of the bargain based on their claims of why she was suspended.
Yeah. Uh, Farron brought up a very interesting little tidbit there about
Oh, the
how the
foster
foster
care
care
system.
system.
Yes. Oh
So,
my gosh. Risk Flex. Oh, I don't know. That was a couple weeks ago. Did a great video on the foster care system in Florida. It was a specific story that she was talking about how the foster care system and trafficking go hand in hand, and in Florida. So
well, you
my
had that
governor,
story.
Ron, it's under your nose. If you didn't know.
You had that story about that gay couple who were literally pimping out their adopted kids.
Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot about that one.
And then what? To me, this ties into when Tim Pool interviewed that dad from Texas. I can't remember his name
Jeff
right off
Young.
the top of my head. Huh?
Jeff Young. Yeah.
Yeah, younger, right?
Jeff. Uh,
Is it?
younger.
Yeah, it's Jeff Younger.
Okay.
Um, but it all seems to be a very sick, nasty, twisted uh, judicial system that's feeding into this
Yes.
because you get like it's all about the judges making their retirement money, which is
Mm-hmm.
fucking disgusting. And it's so infuriating. And I don't know what it is. Like people are just
86%. Sorry, interrupting. Farron's comment there. 80% of kids trafficked from the foster care system.
and the foster care system is absolute dog shit too.
Yes. I mean, yeah, just even without the trafficking, it's already just like terrible on its face. It's just I've never heard I have never heard a positive thing about the foster care system
I haven't either. Well,
ever. Not once.
basically you're corralling kids with no parents and not giving them any structure or life guidance. You're basically giving them what a lot of parents do nowadays. You're putting a roof over their head and making sure they eat and wipe and make sure they wipe their own ass. Like that's it. And I'm sorry, but that's not parenting. That's not giving guidance. That does not make a socially adjusted human being.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know, and this is something I've noticed with single moms too. Like a lot of them think that they're the greatest moms in the world because they do it on their own and their kids have a roof and they're fed every night. It's like parenting is more than that. Like you have to give up a part of yourself to raise a decent kid. Uh, that's just how it is, and I think that's how it should be. Because I know with my kids, um, whenever whenever I first started being a parent, I still had that I want to do what I want to do mentality. And after a few months, I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work anymore. And um, when I gave it up, and I just realized, hey, my kids deserve everything that they deserve all of me to be there for them for what they need. And it was so easy after that. But it requires you to give up that selfish part of yourself that's always focused on you to a degree. I mean, obviously you still have to focus on yourself and continuing to improve and uh, take the steps to make your family's life better. But as far as spending, it's really is about quality time and trying to teach good morals, good values, and just being there when they need you, and especially when they hit different stages in life. Sorry, went on a little
Yeah.
rant there.
Oh, you're fine. I mean, another side of that is that the well, first I just want to address what Robert had to say. There are some positive outcomes on foster care cases. Yeah, it's unfortunate that is the exception, not the rule.
Yeah,
Um, and I think it's only because of people who cared. people who want to actually take care of these kids, but far too often, which is what I'm getting to, is people are in it for the money. It's a bit of a racket. It's free money because you get subsidized to take care of those kids, and instead of
Yep.
using that money to take care of the kids, they feed their drug habit, alcohol habit.
And it's never ending because once you get subsidized, you got that guaranteed income. They just want more and more and more and more and more. So they get more and more and more and more kids.
Yeah.
And the thing about that Jeffrey Younger case is judges are incentivized to split up families
Hmm.
because I think it's 24% is the cap because that's the cap on how much money they can get toward their pension. And
Hmm.
that's it's disgusting. Like they I think all this stuff coming out and how apathetic people are about it, yeah, I think we were doomed a long time ago. And there's gonna have to be a massive change. Like we were talking about last week, I'm more and more for this uh division between blue and red.
Hmm.
Because maybe then, because I don't care who you are, what you say, how you feel about either side. Red states generally have more people who are self-sufficient and will do the work needed to take care of themselves. And hey, Kelly,
Hi,
thank you for
Kelly.
coming. And God, thank you again, Farron. You are the freaking best. Jesus. Well, you know what's funny about that too, Farron? The I-95 corridor going through Washington D.C. is the number one area for trafficking. I wonder why that is.
Indeed. Could it be
Yeah.
because of location of clientele?
Hmm. I wonder.
People with the money to buy that kind to people who have the money to buy a human. How sickening is that?
Yeah. I mean, uh, I would glad. Oh, what's it? Jody Plouch, the son of God, what was his name? What was his dad's name? He was the son who got kidnapped by his karate instructor, and his dad uh, Alt F4'd him on TV as they were transferring him. He was at the payphone.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yes. Oh my
I
gosh.
I would
Oh,
love to talk to that guy.
yeah.
Yes, Gary Plouch. Thank you, Cece. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
and
definitely it's a famous clip for a good reason.
yes, he because Chrissy was asking about who they should interview, and I put his name in there and tagged him for her, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll
Oh,
do it."
sweet.
He
Yeah. Oh
so
man. I want to see that interview for sure.
yeah, I'd love to, I'm going to try to reach out to him and see if I can see if he would mind letting me talk to him about what he went through. And um and a big reason I like him is because unlike Eliza Blue, he's got actual accolades to show for the work that he's done.
Hmm.
He still does it. He still works with colleges and communities talking about how to deal with trafficking if you've been through it, and teaches parents how to watch out for it, the signs that you need to look out for, and how to protect kids. And that's a lot more than someone saying, "Hey, send me money because I'm doing this." Every week here, let's see. Let's put the
Yeah, put that up on the screen.
yeah. DC has the most trafficking, but also the most forward child trafficking cases. Every week here, I get an alert of a kid gone missing. That does not surprise me whatsoever. And one of the conspiracy theories, when Mr. Epstein was taking people to his island, was the type of plane that he used, as it had a, a bottom bay that would open up, and you could just dispose of cargo if you needed to. Conspiracy
Christ.
theory, but
Okay.
given given what he's known for,
Yeah.
let's see. What I love about Plouch is how the prosecutors knew they'd never see a jury willing to convict him. You're right. Uh, you would be hard pressed to find a DA who would do that.
Who would actually use prosecutorial discretion as it was intended.
Yeah.
But instead they're using it for letting go of people that they politically agree with, and let's just prosecute people. Like, it's just all about who's on our team as opposed to what's right.
You can't convince me it's not about destabilization at this point.
Down the rabbit hole we go. Yeah.
Yeah. I 1000% like, because was it Soros the one who paid for all these DA campaigns?
Yes, he has funded several DA campaigns for. He's gotten several DAs, attorney generals, elected.
Mm.
Like, you can pretty much guarantee if there's an attorney prosecutor out there that's refusing to prosecute theft, prosecute rioting, even prosecute murder, uh, because of it's racist, or name your woke ideology to put behind it, whatever excuse they come up with. You can I would venture to guess you most likely find a Soros funding behind it.
Yeah, what's sad is too that they're turning the law-abiding citizen into the criminal, and they're turning criminals into the voting bloc, and that is going to lead to some very, very, very serious issues later on. I mean, it already is, but yeah. Episode 1, I said my black pill is that they're trying to divide us, and they want to section off the people who are still America first and want normal family values, want families to be together, want some stabilization, want good jobs for the people who live here. Because once they can get rid of that middle class that still believes in independence and freedom and supporting each other and taking care of our own, nothing's going to stand in the way of the global the global power elite structure.
Mm-hmm.
There's still, I mean, I don't know. There's pushback for sure. I mean, Idaho's trying to absorb part of Oregon, which I think is a good sign. But how much of that is being planned for and accounted for as well?
There are things that they can't really account for. Nobody's going to be able to perfectly plan, so I don't think that that's. You make a plan, you're going to have to improvise. So, like, and they're smart people. I think they're just going to improvise on that one in particular.
Yes, and I mean that goes for like Hollywood, banks, politicians. Part of me is convinced that most of the laws came about because some rich elite or politicians' kids wanted something, or they wanted something to not have to deal with anymore. So
Or their
they made,
wife.
yeah.
Being a
So
Karen.
yeah, so they made laws to go against the people that they don't like, instead of making laws that are reasonable and fit everyone equally, which is what it's supposed to be. But like,
One day I want to write a book on the HOA to Congress pipeline, because I think HOAs are the breeding ground for the personality types.
mhm.
It's where they learn to abuse power, and then those kind of people eventually start running for city councils. Maybe they make a mayor. Maybe they go to state level. At some point probably by the time you got on state level, you've been found by some RNC recruiter or DNC recruiter, and then they start grooming you for the position at that point. You get picked out if they think that you're someone who's going to be fall in line with what they want.
And yeah, Kelly, you are right. The prison system's a joke too.
Oh my gosh, yes. Is such everything's it's always a money racket, and it's driving me nuts. I'm like, all of these
Everything
people are
is.
just it's just a money racket.
why is a speeding ticket fucking $300? For you went 5 miles over the speed limit, and it's because they want to punish the people who try to be good, lawful citizens.
Yeah, they want to give cops something to focus on that's easy, and
Mm,
then it also fundraisers for them.
yep, yeah, and I mean they've proven that
I,
ticket quotas are a thing,
yeah,
which
most
is
ordinances are about money in the end. They just want an excuse to fine people.
MDOC. Which state is that, Kelly?
That'd be
Front
I would just I would imagine it'd be Maryland or no.
front porch
Sorry,
Mass,
Doc is probably Department of Commerce. So Michigan, or
Michigan, yeah. Department of Commerce or Department of Corrections?
volume keeps fading in now. Okay, I'll work on that binary on my mic. Probably just
And
need to
yeah,
turn up the gain a bit.
front porch. My when I was coming back from Florida from the meetup, um, I got
Trailer.
a speeding ticket, and it was 200 and I think 40 some dollars.
Forgot to open up
Yeah,
this. See if that helps.
Michigan Department of Corrections. Yeah, I hear that prisons they're pretty damn corrupt themselves, just with all the shenanigans that can happen inside. Like you got guards that are smuggling stuff in, people are smuggling stuff out. All you know about
Department of
Texas.
Corrections. Okay. Yeah, a long time ago, I saw a documentary on that. I need to see if that's still on Netflix. Where they broke down kind of the how the money flowed basically, and how much these private companies that actually own these prisons make per head. So there's actually an incentive. So I mean, like that circles back to like just the why do they keep making new ordinances and laws? Because, not just for fines, but also for pushing people into prison for things that shouldn't be crimes.
I mean, look, I mean, Ghislaine is a perfect example. She got less of a sentence than who was it? R. Kelly
What
or
did R. Kelly get for?
I think he got 30 years.
Wow.
Let me check. Yep, sentenced to 30 years in prison.
What did Ghislaine get?
Mm, 20 years for conspiracy with Jeffrey Epstein to do bad things to kids, and with a client list that was never released, procured, or discussed.
Allegedly, that might be coming out. I don't try not to hold my breath too hard on that, but I don't know. And yeah, that latest release that I think I showed you, that was an old thing.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
that
The
that is part of it, and it's really what's kind of leading up to because the there was a newspaper that jumped in on this suit and sued to get the entire thing unsealed. Alan Dershowitz was just trying to unseal particular things that he claims would clear his name. And
mhm.
then Mike Cernovich was trying to get even more unsealed. And then I can't remember who jumped on it to get the entire thing.
Yeah, it's like these corporations, uh, CEOs taking vacations and stuff, and call it a corporate outing, or yeah, helping with the massages. Yeah, Sure.
What was she
I'm just
massaging?
I just wonder how it's possible to conspire to do that and traffic when you don't have any traffickers listed or clients listed.
All right, parents telling us we got to give our elevator pitch, and we haven't really talked
Okay.
about that before. And to some degree, I'll say we're still to some degree figuring it out. We're kind of
Yeah.
experimenting with where do we have like the most chemistry? What are the things that just kind of interest us, and then also just what's going to draw a crowd also, because what's the point in putting this on if you're just going to talk into the void?
Well, talking to the void about stuff people have no interest in too. Like
Yeah,
we try to cover the popular topics at the moment, kind of like aggregate commentators, like what's
yeah,
hot on Twitter, what's hot in the news, or um, not so much not so much super gossipy stuff, but more like sometimes. I mean, obviously sometimes we
well,
get into
sometimes, yeah,
gossipy
because
stuff because I
we
mean,
got into the whole Adam Krigler Tim Pool thing at the start. So
yeah, yeah, that's true. But we do try to talk about more serious topics and stuff that impacts the country as a whole and society.
yeah,
Um,
I'd say a lot of our priority, at least lately, I've seen, and I think we'll probably follow up a lot with this, is just the corruption of our own government. Uh, I am fairly involved in libertarian politics, and a large part of that is just getting the message out that hey, your government's corrupt, because there's still way too many people who don't realize that.
and I'm the black pillar who says that people know and don't care because we've become a complete society of convenience. And personally, I think something drastic needs to happen. And me and Crash were talking about this last week. I think it was after the show. Like something pretty bad's got to happen on people, to people on a personal level. Like everyone's like thinks like 9/11 was something that was huge and impactful on a personal level, but it wasn't because it didn't directly affect people's ability to provide for themselves or their families. Um, I want to come to that so freaking bad, Farron. I
Yeah,
really do.
I really want. I just couldn't make it work out this time.
If I could get somebody
Even
to go with
yeah,
me, I would do it because it's like a 10-hour drive for me. Um, but I'd have to come back, go there, and come back the same day.
should ask. You should. I know you should ask.
Boobs.
Yes,
Dude, I bet he would go, actually.
you probably
That's
would
not a
go.
that's not a bad idea, you know? That is not a bad idea. Hmm. Okay, I will talk to some people, and I'm 'cause I really would like to go. Um, that's something I wanna do more on the weekends. Yeah, yeah, it is. If I had somebody to do it, though, I wouldn't mind. Doing it by myself, though, oof, especially having to come back the same day. 'Cause I have dad duties. I'm one of those. Um, yeah, if I don't come, I'm definitely gonna check out your stream. Uh, God, that I don't I don't care if you're right, left, or center. Jimmy Dore is probably one of the most important voices in the spaces right now, as far as speaking out against government corruption and how people are being taken advantage of on a daily basis. And he doesn't care if you're right, left, or center when it comes to that stuff. He calls it out and says, "Hey, I don't care what side you're on. You're getting screwed, and we need to change this." And he was actually on Patrick Bet David yesterday, and you would think like there aren't any leftists who go on shows like that. And Jimmy's come to realize like, hey, it's about all of us. Like we need to me we need and I put this in a tweet. We need the 2000s era technology with the 90s era society to where we we discuss the things that affect all of us, and not just what there's no way we can control, because it's like the federal stuff. I think people need to stop worrying about so much. I think we need to get back to a more local level,
Yes.
and once we do that, then maybe we could get some actual change going. What, Chicago corrupt? No way. No way. The
Birthplace of
governor.
the. Hey, listen, the Mafia, they're great people. I can't do a Trump impression. I'm not going to try, but yeah. Nah, but she's absolutely right. What do you think of Anarchy? I'm going to let you bring up Willie and Corda's comment there, Flagrant, and let you address it. Because, I mean,
Anarchy.
anybody who knows me knows that I'm already like there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of anarchy. Do you I don't think I'm an anarchist.
You're
Because a
not.
big
You're a
thing.
nationalist still. You're well, more
Yeah.
of a populist, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely
You're like a
populist.
you're like a yeah. You're far too patriotic to be an anarchist like me, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe in the principles America was founded on, and I think there are a lot of great things in the Constitution. It's just the main problem is people have to stand up collectively and get rid of the corruption that's in there, because we still have an amazing amount of power in ourselves if we would actually unite and group and speak out against it and tell them we're not going to put up with it anymore. Instead, they've made us complacent and ignorant and lied to us, and people are so caught up in trying just to survive on their own. They I I think a lot of that is the reason why people just don't care about it anymore. They're just trying to get along as best they can because they have kids or a family or other people they got to take care of. If anarchists means that Democrats and Republicans are in government right now, then yes, I am. If it means I have to storm Congress, man, wait. Yeah, I hate both sides right now. I They're pretty garbage. It's all one big uniparty, like Jimmy says, and they don't care. They do not give two shits about you, the person who's voting on them. As long as they get their votes and they can get their kickbacks and make their policies and do their stock trading and enrich themselves, mum's the word. Yeah, it's like I said, I think something very serious needs to happen to people on a personal level. I honestly I don't think it's that far off though either. The way weird things are happening and there's all these coincidences.
Yeah,
Um, the response by the federal, like just Ohio alone, that the response by the government is sickening because they're literally just watching it burn.
yeah. They're like the little girl in that meme with the house on fire.
Yeah. Yep.
That's our federal government right now. They're laughing at
Mm.
us.
I forget what lame ass excuse they gave for FEMA not stepping in. Um, mm, 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 mm. Let's see. Let's take a look at this and see if we can find something. Oh, that's the wrong one. Why is it not? Yeah, here
Lack
we
of
go.
property damage.
I think it was something like that.
I guess no private property or huh.
Da, 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 da. Although FEMA is synonymous with disaster report, they're most typically involved with disasters where there's tremendous home or property damage. So yeah, including stuff like tornadoes, flooding, or hurricanes. So I guess livestock, health, stuff like that doesn't matter because the insurance
Right.
companies need that
Personal
money.
health. Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, who gives a crap about that? If it's not an inanimate object, I mean, the federal government's not going to step in.
Yeah, they don't care about lives. They'll throw you to the bullets overseas for the sake of a few more bucks in their buddy's hands for Raytheon.
Yeah, I don't understand it. So there's no there's no property damage, but what about the environmental impact it's going to have on those residents for the rest of their lives, probably? Oh, oh, I wonder if I'll get dinged for this. This is a.
I can't hear it.
Yeah, I can't either. Let's see. It's not muted. Why is it not coming through?
Got to be part of your. I don't know. Any veteran streamers? What's he doing wrong?
Yes. What am I doing incorrectly?
My thought would be if you go into settings and audio, perhaps your speaker setting is not the right one.
Let's see. Let's see if that fixes it. Can you hear me?
I can still hear you.
Oh, see, now I can't hear you.
Uh-oh. Oh, so I guess that's just the feedback to you. Oh, wait, but you can't hear me.
Hold on. Oh, I know what it is. I'm an idiot.
Share with the class. I need to know. You still need to make me an admin on this channel.
I got it fixed. Let me change this back. I didn't change the master to my headphones. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Nope, still can't hear it.
You still can't hear it?
Nope.
Can chat hear it? No, I guess not. Let's see. Should be coming through.
So, binary recoil. I saw your message earlier, and I've been meaning to answer it. I have not seen any of that evidence. But granted, I stopped because I got distracted into something else. I hadn't been digging over the last few days. So if that's come out recently, I've missed it. But I'll definitely, if I get some time while I'm on travel, I'll take a look for that.
All right. Anything?
No.
Is it coming through now or no?
Still no.
Okay. Well, okay. So long and short of that one. So those two came back to their residence in Ohio near the spill, and it was 3 days afterward. After the all clear was given, and the first day they were back, the guys broke out in a rash. His dog started vomiting everywhere, and they started getting nauseous and dizzy. But it reminds me a lot of 9/11 when the EPA said, "Oh, it's safe to go back in. Air's totally good," and all those people sucked up all those fumes and asbestos and stuff, and it screwed them up. Yeah. It's pretty.
Oh, so on this whole Ohio derailment, I almost forgot about this. I did go ahead and watch White Noise, which is the movie that was about an Ohio chemical or Ohio train incident with a hazardous chemical that caused a disaster that only just came out about a month ago. So spoiler alert, I'm going to talk about this at length. I'm going to try not to spoil too much if people want to go watch it, which I thought it was a decent movie. The actual train incident and the sequence that involves the train incident only takes up about 25% of the movie. So don't go watching it thinking it's going to be like 2 hours. It is over 2 hours. It's not 2 hours worth of just them running for cover trying to avoid this toxic cloud. Like it actually kind of abruptly just everything goes back to normal after 9 days. They're told they can go back, and then you kind of forget about the whole train incident, except for the after effects that one of the main characters has to deal with. And so some other interesting things about it was that, yeah, it was also filmed in Ohio. It takes place in Ohio. It is a rendition of a book that was written in the 80s or published in the 80s. And it's primarily just about a family trying to hold things together. See how the entire area received free health monitoring bracelets 2 months ago. I did not.
That's
That
fucking weird.
that is so weird.
I don't know. I kind of think. The only reason I question that is because if they gave them health monitoring bracelets 2 months ago, it's going to prove that they were healthy. And if something develops later, then they're definitely going to be on the hook for some settlements and payouts. Oh, did you see? Yes, please. Farron.
Yes.
Let's see, Farron. Do you want me to just give you the link and you can just put it in the private chat? And then let's see. Da-da-dum. Do-do-do-do-do.
Like it's giving me Tuskegee Experiment vibes now. You know what I'm saying?
Giving you what?
Tuskegee Experiment vibes.
Yeah.
Where they purposefully don't treat, or they just allow people to stay sick for the sake of their experimentation and monitoring, just to see what happens.
Dark Orders early too, but the manual covered how DuPont was poisoning the water in Parksburg. Yeah, ironically enough, my mom actually lives in West Virginia, and I have told her take her ass to the hospital and get a very recent checkup, and because that one video where they threw the rock into the creek, and then all of those chemicals just came up from the bottom, because this is a heavy, whatever's in there is a heavy chemical, and it's settling on the bottom, which means it's not going to get washed out for a long time unless it degrades due to half-life stuff.
And she said she DM'd you.
Okay, thank you. Let's check that out. East Palestine, weeks away from launching new My ID medical service. Small device is ready to be used in a small town to make big impact. East Palestine is excited to make an important medical device available to all 4,700 residents. See, that looks like experimentation more to me, because that's a pretty good control sample group.
Yeah. Or no, that's the experimental sample. The control sample is the
experimental
unexposed.
sample.
Yeah.
On Sunday, there will be a special meeting to share more or start signing up. The My ID program is ready to roll in East Palestine. Is a medical information system that helps first responders provide care. It gives us that rapid information that we may need should somebody be unresponsive or having some kind of medical emergency, said East Palestine Fire Chief Keith Drabick. Okay, so my question here is, that sounds like just pure monitoring. Because if they're keeping tabs of everyone's health at all times, where's this going? Like, how does an unresponsive person flag in the system? Or like, is it for someone who calls and then they're unresponsive, or is this a monitor all the time? Let's see. My ID provides wearable devices or key fobs that have QR codes. Emergency responders use a camera phone to access important medical information. It shows them underlying medical conditions people supplied about allergies. Okay, so it sounds kind of like one of those life alert things or little bracelets that tells like if you're diabetic or something like that. But I don't trust that to stay only when they're there. Like whenever the first responders or uh, whatever emergency services come to you and then check you out. We're not doing this to gain anybody's information.
Right. What?
Right. Right.
We're doing this to help the public in medical emergencies. Hi, I'm
Yeah.
with the government and I'm here to help.
Yeah, exactly.
That is exactly what that
See,
statement is.
this remind this reminds me of old bullshitter Crenshaw when he was
God,
talking
Crenshaw.
about uh whenever they passed that thing about people's crap, what's it called? The group's vaccine statuses and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, no, 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 we won't have any access to that. People are conspiracy theorying that. The problem is that bill says that a chairman in Congress, whoever's the head of that department, has access to all of that. And if you think they're not going to feed that to other congressmen or intelligence agencies or insurance agencies or anything like that, like I got a boat to sell you, man, or a bridge to sell you.
Yeah.
Like, uh, all right, my
Exactly.
idea is,
There's only like one way for information to be stored in such a way that uh in a public database that nobody can get to it, and that is through encryption. The way
mm,
that like how cryptocurrency works is I have my keys for my crypto wallets, so as long as I don't give those keys to anybody, nobody else can access my crypto. It's just data, and it's the same way it would work for. Now, granted, crypto is also just pseudo anonymous, so there's still some information that's made public, but um, you could use the same technology. That's the same technology used to encrypt for communications that the government uses.
yeah, that if anyone has access to that information other than you or well, even now, even your medical provider,
Hmm.
anywhere you go, just about, they're subsidized by the government in some form or another, because they're either subsidized by the government or insurance agencies or pharmaceutical companies, or some degree of payment is being given to them. And I I don't care what doctor you go to, there's a 99.9% chance that doctor, your information can be given to someone else. And that's another thing that they're trying to, I think I saw something about them updating with the vaccine statuses. I cannot remember.
Like, isn't it weird that stuff is coming out now about how like mainstream media is now finally, after 3 years, reporting things such as, "Oh, we have this thing called natural immunity, and it's actually much better than." Um, I mean, it actually works. I mean, they're kind of
Mm,
dialing that down, obviously, and saying, "Oh, it's just better than the vaccine." But um, I would go further than that and say, "Well, the vaccine doesn't work at all." But
fair.
but
I,
oh, darn it, I lost my point. Kind of derailed my own train of thought there.
well, fair. And I 100% believe this does violate HIPAA, but to me there, because you can sign for, because I have to deal with this all the time with all the medical stuff I've got going on. Like, they always ask if there's anyone that you will allow to have access to your medical information that they can contact and update it should something occur. I'm sure there's some loophole in all of these bracelets or IDs or uh, programs to where that information can be given because it's part of the program.
Oh, I just
And
remembered my point. Oh, go ahead, finish.
well, that's the thing Crenshaw tried to lean on is, well, it's for certain regions and the community overall. I can't remember the name of the word, but it's basically the whatever community, that whole entire group of people, the demographics.
Mhm.
Um, we're just looking at the demographics. how do you get demographics? You get a bunch of people's individual information and you aggregate it,
Yep.
and that gets sent to whoever that chairperson is in Congress. So that chairperson in Congress can see, oh, these demographics are made up of these specific people in this specific area. So I cannot. God, Crenshaw he pissed me off because I almost thought he was an actual Republican and was a decent person, but he was just spouting all the good talking points.
Yeah.
That's all he did.
He's just well spoken. That's all. And then he
Yeah.
leans on his vet status. Like,
Yep.
why do you hate vet? Like, whenever you call him out, it's sickening. But yeah, when I see mainstream media putting out things that are kind of in line with what we've been telling them for years at this point, but I still see policy that's still in line with like lockdown mentality or vaccine mandate mentality. Like the vaccine's still in the CDC schedule, right? For recommended for youth.
Well, yeah,
That hasn't been
they
taken off despite some of the studies that even mainstream media is now publishing.
yep, and that's something that parents absolutely need to fucking look at for next school year because, as far as I know, in North Carolina, they haven't voted on it yet. So I'm wondering if they're just waiting for a certain time period, like maybe over the summer when school lets out, to see what's going to go on federally. Because I actually ran for school board last year because it pissed me off because I gave them all the data that everyone was talking about masks and vaccines and the virus and all this stuff. And I did not make my daughter go to school in person for her kindergarten year because I I'd already looked at the data and already seen it. They were just making kids wear masks because they could. And out of but the real kicker was the funding. They wanted the COVID bucks. And to get the COVID bucks, they have to have a minimum threshold of what they will do to the kids at the schools. So that means if
Again,
one kid's
government
sick,
is a racket.
hmm
It's all about the money.
it yeah, and I was like, no, I'm not going to put her through that. This is ridiculous. So I ran for school board and I sent them every bit of information, and they don't care. School boards won't even answer your questions anymore on a public forum level, and that's something I think needs to change big time. But parents do need to pay attention this coming school year because the CDC did pass for vaccines to be on the recommended schedule for school attendance. So now it's up to each individual school system. And as far as my state, they haven't voted on it yet in the state legislature. Um, but you need to pay attention because I don't know I'm sure it's not the same for every state, but North Carolina, the governor gets to a point who goes on what boards. And our governor's a Democrat, and he pushed the vaccine crap. And um, all the people on the health advisory board, guess who's on it? It ain't the people who are saying we kids don't need this stuff. Yes, I that's something I brought. There's one person on my county school board who has a kid still in the system, and she was a senior. All the other people had no skin in the game whatsoever as far as it came to children in school. And we got we got one person on there. I didn't get to go do the door knocking because like my pancreas crap flared up around that time. I still got I still got half the votes of the other people, and I didn't even get to go campaign. Like that's how bad people were itching for some change. And I I got told off by the Republican Party because instead of going to the debate or the introduce yourself or it was some bull crap, handshaking, smiling thing. I went to Chrissy's show. Like, hey, I'm going to the show. I've got a business opportunity here, and I seriously doubt you guys are going to do anything impactful. So, and that's exactly how it turned out. There was the guy, the guy who did win. He went there, and he said it was nothing. Like there were a couple people there. They answered a few questions. There wasn't any actual debate at all. And I am absolutely more glad than yes, I am absolutely more glad I went to Chrissy's show, gave her that crappy shirt that I gave her and made for her because it led to this. So, yep, I think I made the right decision. And I think it's if I do decide to run this next cycle, then it's actually gonna it'll help me more than it's hurt me for sure. Yeah, I mean, I live in a small town and it's all about it's still the good old boys club here. I mean, the Republican Party is led by 90-year-olds that they just want things status quo, and they'll do what they if they're going to get some money, the school board, if they're getting that COVID money, all they're going to do is sit on their fucking hands. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to make any changes. They're not going to challenge anything. And what's funny is that I really went off on the superintendent because he said, well, there's just nothing we can do about it. You know, we gotta follow these guidelines, and eh, I hate it for the kids because I know nobody likes this, but our hands are tied. We can't, and it's bullshit. Every single county school board has the authority to set their own medical guidelines for the kids in the schools. They do not have to follow the state recommendations. And I know it's like that in North Carolina. I don't know if it's like that for every other state, but I called him out on it. I said, he's either lying his ass off to us or he's inept and he should not be a superintendent. Like there's no other way around that. He either doesn't know the actual uh, powers that come along with being the school board, and doesn't know the laws and the bylaws on it, or he's just maliciously lying because he knows, damn, we need this money because we can't budget our stuff for shit. Yeah, sorry. I get a little
Uh,
ticked off about my
no,
local
dude, you're
stuff.
fine. Go off. Go off. Go off,
Oh,
King.
oh man. All right, chat. What do you guys want to talk about? What's on the mind of chat tonight? You guys got to have some interesting stuff percolating.
Since we've been so much on conspiracy theories, I wanted something I thought about this week was thank you for coming to my TikTok. What I'm starting to find, and this is kind of funny, is that I'm starting to connect more with people of varying political thoughts via conspiracy theories. It's how bad that the government's just like kind of putting it out in the open where everybody's seeing it. Like even people who lean left and have voted Democrat in the past can have conversations on just conspiracy theories and how the government's corrupt. It's like it's becoming more and more. And I know that still probably the vast majority of Americans are somewhat complacent, but just a little bit of a white pill. People are waking up.
Well, you know what they say. The difference between conspiracy theory and fact is about 3 to 6 months.
Oh,
Uh,
I'm still waiting on the lizard people. I've been saying that people keep asking like, what conspiracies are you expecting in 2023? And I keep saying lizard people. That's an oldie but a goodie that we're gonna find out that people in government, that in the highest levels of government, or perhaps the shadow cabal of the banking cartels, we're gonna find out that they're actually not even human.
uh, I maybe not human, but one thing that's interesting for people in high positions of power is the amount of sociopathy and psychopathy that is prevalent. Because a lot of people who run for those positions, they shouldn't be in those positions. But how do you rectify? Because the people who should be in those positions are people that don't want that job because they don't want that power, and because they're afraid they'll do something wrong, and they want to try to do right by everyone. But
Well,
how do you rectify something like that?
I would start with let's reconcile which government power shouldn't even be there in the first place. I think a lot of people can agree that government shouldn't be any big. If government has to exist, then government shouldn't be any bigger than it absolutely has to be. What is that size? It's called minarchism. What
Mhm.
is this? What is the actual minimal size of the government to perform the functions? Like, what are the functions that you actually absolutely expect the government to carry out? It create and enforce the laws, which is really just enforcing uh, the rights of the individual, just protecting those rights and the
Mhm.
common defense. Everything else, I think you could throw out the window. There should be no Department of Education. There should be no SEC. There should be no Department of Ag. Everything should be market. Everything should be market based. Even currency. I know the Constitution originally had it to where the Treasury mints the coin for uh, currency, but people are inventing currencies now. Let the market decide. We can figure out how to make trade work amongst ourselves. We don't need a group of people who don't know us to tell us how to interact with each other.
One of my ideas has been that counties should be like their own little fiefdoms, and the people in that community take care of their area before they even remotely begin to look at other counties or other states or anything on a grand national scale. Because if you cannot self-sustain yourself and provide for your community and make sure that everything is flowing and functioning in a good way there, you're not going to be able to help out the other people. It's like the thing on the plane. They say put your own mask on first before you help someone else.
Yeah. I
And
think you just made a compelling argument for anarchism. You sounded a lot like an anarchist right
yeah, I mean,
there. You might be one after all. It's about the community, like because people ask,
yeah,
like, what how do the rules get enforced? How do people's rights get enforced? Well, it's because you interact with the community and you come to agreements and you form contracts. Perhaps you hire a mercenary company to help with maintaining the peace and keeping security, or you have a local militia. There are ways that because before governments were formed, there were people that were there and just kind of managing themselves.
no, Farron. He was a very dirty grapist who had a lot of blue pills, and he was doing very nasty stuff to people, and we had to step in. We had to step in.
We
There
had
was
to step in. We had to
we
step
had
in.
to. We had to get in between that innocent whatever he was going to stick it in and that raging blue pill of doom. There's no way around it. It had nothing to do with
She's
him
right though.
wanting to become.
I'm treading on some thin ice before I don't want to get on the radar. I'm still small, nobody knows who I am, but government has all of my information also because I've worked for them. Uh I look back on it and I'm just like I kind of regret that. But I mean like back then I kind of believed in the mission. I was conservative and thought that oh, they're doing good things. So I'm just supporting good
Mm,
things.
dude, 9/11 was the best worst thing to happen. The best thing for the system, the worst thing for the American people in decades, since the creation of the FBI, because it's one of those things that united people, but it didn't affect them on a personal level enough to where they looked into anything. And that's how we got the good old Patriot Act.
Mhm.
And Willie, you are 1,000% correct, sir.
Yep. So
That's
my primary
that's what I'm
point,
saying.
if I could just get rid of the government with the snap of my finger, I actually wouldn't do it because I think most of the people would bring it back overnight. I don't think that they're ready for it. We don't have the culture for it. Culture is much more important than politics, and it's what will make it all work. So, like, if you have a culture that's for protecting people's rights and keeping people from being violated by others, then it doesn't really matter what kind of governance you have in place or lack thereof. They do nothing. Yes. Just put that out there. PSA, we are 100% pro government. Yes, go government.
And
Safe
vaccines are safe and effective.
and effective. Get your 5th booster.
My heart swells with pride
Oh my god.
at the
That is
thought of getting
great.
boosted.
That is great.
Yeah, I mean, they're in any community. You got to have. It's kind of like being at home and guiding your kids. You can't let your kids just run amok and do whatever they want, or they're going to grow up to be crappy people. Like you have to have some discipline, and you have to enforce the discipline, and that by extension that goes into your community too. You have to have some form of oversight that keeps everyone in check and keeps things flowing smoothly. We just let it get to a very disgusting place. And I mean, it started a long time ago.
Yeah.
So the challenge now is, can we rectify it before we have all these fantastical things just disappear because of complete societal destruction?
I'm going to say probably not. And I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing because I think I'm looking at this from like a market perspective. Everything's market. This is a market correction. The government has overinflated every industry to pad their own pockets, to seek their own power. And the longer you push it, the harsher the correction until you can't take it anymore and you get complete collapse. So I am expecting it to be pretty bad. I have turned into at least a mild prepper. I'm trying to up my game this year. That's one of my goals for 2023. And I mean, hopefully, maybe the worst won't happen. Maybe it'll be. And I guess the question is, do we need the worst to happen? You know, how bad does it need to get before people finally wake up and stand up for themselves and stop taking what the government's doing to them?
Well, I think if you're talking about just in general to everyone, it's going to be varying degrees of impact, because
Fair point.
the people the people who can sustain themselves, it's not going to affect them that much. It'll suck and be inconvenient, but they'll still survive. Like cities, people who live in big, massive cities, it's going to hit them really fucking hard, really fucking fast, and that will be a huge wake up call. But then you have to worry about desperate people do very desperate things, and it will not take long for the, I wouldn't say smarter, but the more uh, cunning to realize, oh, hey, we can just go take food from these people.
Mhm. I have to wonder how bad is it now in some cities such as LA, San Francisco, New York.
I don't know how California still survive. I don't know. Their taxes are ridiculous. I mean, you talk about it's literal. It reminds me of Hunger Games. You
Mhm.
got the elites living in their big mansions up on the hills, and meanwhile, the regular people are shitting in the streets and dodging needles as they're walking. I've been to a doctor. Yeah, you are probably correct.
I don't know anything
I
about that, but it's probably something I need to look more into. I do still kind of rely on more Western style medicine to a degree. I'm very kind of just anti-pharmaceutical when as much as I can be. If I do have to take a medicine, which I'm on a couple, I do my research on them heavily
oh
before
man,
I say, yeah, I'll take that medicine for this particular thing. Um, but I'm always looking for alternatives, and I've tried different alternatives for some of the stuff I've had to deal with on my own medical stuff, but nothing's really panned out
yeah.
for me. Maybe just looking in the wrong places.
I can tell you one thing, guys. It's called practice for a reason, and I am proof of that shit. God, do we want to go into this history? Because I know you've heard it several times.
Oh, by all means, go for it. By the way, first, bring up Robert Lowry's little plug there.
Phoenix Ammo.
Yeah, we're not sponsored, but I'm more than happy to shout out Phoenix Ammo because they are based.
That's actually one thing I want to get into eventually. I want to start pressing my own ammo and selling it because you can make decent ammo and you don't have to charge what they're charging right now.
Let me know when you start. I'll be one of your first customers, dude.
Oh, dude.
Definitely need to stock up.
You can start it with a hand press or a revolver press. It's only a few $100s. You just got to you got to make sure you can get the supplies that you need. Like you got to get the casing and the primers and what caliber you want and the lead and but yeah, you can make it a lot cheaper than they sell it. And that is something I want to do. Like to sell it from storefront, you have to get a FFL 6, I think that's what it is. So that's the only hang up with commercializing it. No, Grateful, you can comment. Okay, so my past. Well, I'd say past. It's 5 years ago. Speaking of Western medicine, I was having some pain in my stomach area, and it was coming on like every few months. They checked it out. They couldn't find anything. But when it hurt, it was bad. I mean, it felt like I was being stabbed. So eventually, they found that I had a cyst, a dermoid cyst, inside of an accessory spleen, inside of my pancreas. So right where your stomach is, your pancreas is like, your pancreas is about right there, but behind your stomach, so it's deeper. So they were going to drain it endoscopically. So they were going to stick the camera down my throat, go through the side of my stomach, and drain the cyst from there, which is ideal. You don't have to have invasive surgery or anything. Well, they couldn't do that because of the vascularity from the descending aorta, which comes off your heart and goes down like this, and it runs right in between your stomach and some other organs right there. So their option was to go in, do laparoscopic surgery, and they ended up taking a third of my pancreas. They had to take out my entire spleen, and they ended up damaging my vagus nerve, which is the nerve that controls the autonomic functions of your stomach, causes it to contract and grind food. They damaged that and it paralyzed my stomach. So yeah, Western medicine has a long way to go because it's been a living fucking hell since then. And I was a supervisor at this big manufacturing plant. I was getting ready to go back to school because I was going to go get my BA in business, and I like the fucking floor fell out from underneath me. So yeah, don't. My number one piece of advice: don't ever get your pancreas operated on ever, because now, since they did the damage, and I've had issues with it since then. Like I have to take pain medication to eat because of the gastroparesis and the inflammation from my pancreas. Like I'll go to the fridge sometimes. I'll be hungry. I'll open the fridge and I'll just close it and go back, and I won't eat because it sucks that bad. But now I'm looking at, I would have to make a pretty big life decision soon, because having my pancreas operated on automatically gave me a 5% chance at pancreatic cancer. Pancreatic cancer is the absolute worst you can get because the onset of it is quick, and by the time you find out something's wrong, it's usually way too late. So, and the last checkup I had, or the last CT I had, it showed that I've got what they call stranding at the head of the pancreas, which means that it's just deteriorating more. The inflammation is getting worse. The scar tissue is building up. So I go to Duke in a couple of months, and I've got to decide if I want to keep my pancreas or become a type 1 diabetic and get it cut out. And I'm seriously debating on getting it cut out, because if it's causing all the issues, all the pain, all the sickness, Like having your pancreas in full pancreatitis mode all the time, where your immune system is fighting something every single day, is fucking tiring. Um, but a big reason I'm thinking about getting it removed is because the more it deteriorates, the higher the chance for me to get the pancreatic cancer. So it's it's kind of a shitty situation. And now that I look back, my question is, if they were going to drain it endoscopically, why couldn't they drain it laparoscopically when they could like just go right up to it and poke a needle in it and drain it? So yeah, guys, look into your shit, get second opinions. Don't trust the doctors unless like you 100% know your doctor very well, because to them it's a fucking paycheck and that's it. And doctors nowadays are just middlemen for pharmaceutical companies. That's why it's so easy to get pills now. Like, oh, you're
Mhm.
depressed? Here, have a fucking have a Xanax. Take a benzo. Get addicted to them because, and this is something a lot of people don't realize, benzodiazepines, you can get addicted to those in a very unfun way within 2 weeks of taking them. And benzodiazepines and alcohol are one of the very few drugs that can kill you from withdrawal. You will die if you try to cold turkey quit those and go through withdrawal with benzos, or if you're a severe alcoholic.
What
Um,
happened to Jordan Peterson?
yep,
He got
that's why
addicted to
he had.
benzos, and in order to get off of them, they had did some crazy procedure out in, I think it was Russia.
Yep, he went to Russia. He had them induce a coma. He was in a coma for 2 weeks, and he wasn't the same for a long time after that. Because that's another thing about benzodiazepine withdrawal. It's not like most other drugs where you go through like a week of shit and hell and not fun stuff. Benzo withdrawal can last for years, depending on how your body adjusted to it, what dosage you were on, how often you were taking it. So if you know anybody who is on benzos, or anyone who's a severe alcoholic, like try to get them help, because it's that's not anything to sneeze at. It's fucking serious. Like that withdrawal can kill you, and it's scary how much the pharmaceutical companies will put on people. Like the whole OxyContin uh, fiasco. Like they knew people were going to get heavily addicted to these things, and they literally did a cost benefit analysis, and they realized, what, we're going to make 20 billion more dollars by getting people addicted than we would if we never sold it. And this is the shit we deal with. These are the people who run our lives. These are the people who make the laws. These are the people who tell you where you can and can't walk across the street. So, I mean,
You know, that's what happened
hopefully.
with George Floyd. He had, I guess, some sort of work accident,
Mhm.
and then he had to go on some opioid, or he went on some opioid pain medication and got addicted, and that's why, I mean, that's why he had the fentanyl in the first place when the incident happened.
Yeah,
Right.
the doctors are literally creating hardcore drug addicts and forcing them into shitty life situations. Like, I consider myself like, yes, I take pain medication, but I still consider myself lucky because one side of my family has serious addiction issues. Um, I had an uncle who OD'd twice. Some of my nephews went through some really scary shit. One of them is in jail now for uh, drug issues. I've got three cousins. One of them was in jail at 16. The other two got in a fight. One of them took a chainsaw to the other one's face. Thank God it wasn't turned on. Um, like, it's I'm lucky because even though I like, after you're on it for so long, you're going to have the physical dependency. That's unavoidable.
Mhm.
It's just it comes with the territory. I'm fucking lucky I don't have that addiction mentality, or that mental addiction, to where I feel like I have to be high all the time in order to function. Like, I I count my blessings every fucking day that I didn't end up like that. Um, let's see. Had severe PTSD. I was put on benzos. I quit on my own. It was like being chained to the back of a truck. Yes. Yep.
Yikes.
So withdrawal is another big reason that people say, like George Floyd, withdrawal is not fun. I've been through it a couple of times, because imagine this: government insurance fucks up sometimes, and you can't get
Mhm.
your refills and stuff because they screwed up. Um, the I again, yeah, it's something I consider lucky. Um, with the surgery I had and all the fucked up stuff that happened with that, like nausea, being tired, all the not feeling good stuff, like that's kind of normal for me. But I have what Jordan Peterson had, which is called akathisia, where you feel like you have to be moving, you feel like you're getting shocked, you can't sit still. Um, and it's fucking torture. Like, you can't sleep. It can drive you literally insane. But if you guys know anyone who has an issue with opiates or opioids specifically, um, one thing that helped me out a lot was something called kratom, that you can get in just about any smoke shop in the United States. Um, totally knocks out all of that stuff. So again, if you know someone who's going through it and it's more of a lifestyle choice than uh, a medical necessity or anything like that, like, try to find them help. Kratom. Uh, they probably don't recommend that for rehabs, because rehabs are a big fucking con too. A lot of them are,
Yeah.
they're just money rackets as well. But you have to take a lot of it. Honestly, the best thing to do is get the powder, get like 3 or 4 spoonfuls, and just toss it back with some orange juice or something like that, and you'll be fine. You have to do it a few times a day, but trust me, it's a lot better than having to go through the other bullshit, because that will create a hardcore drug addict. No doubt. No doubt in my mind. It's hell. Like, seriously. Um but yeah, people should look into other things. They should pump the brakes if they don't need something. They should question their doctors, just like they question their government. It's not just one entity we have to worry about. It's several hundred entities that are deeply involved and directly involved in our day-to-day lives.
Yeah.
So,
And your story reminded me of the time I tried to, or well, I did. I came off of an SSRI, and
yep.
I tapered. I tapered, so like I did it the proper way. It was still a miserable month, and it actually took me a while to realize that, oh, this is SSRI withdrawal.
Mhm.
Um, because I'm just like, what's going on with my brain? It felt like, because you mentioned like the shocks. I
Yeah.
felt that like in my head, like
Mhm.
my brain was just on fire for days, and it just, ugh, it took a while to. I mean, as soon as that happened, I I remember like when I finally came, I was done with it, and I remember to uh, message someone I hadn't talked to in a while who I knew was on it, and I said, "Hey, by the way, if you didn't know this, it's miserable coming off. Uh, so when you decide to come off, be prepared. It's not going to be fun, even when you taper."
Dude, and people wonder
Actually,
why.
Michaela Peterson has a story about that too. Like that was, I mean, she was on a
Yeah.
lot of meds for a lot of different reasons, but like SSRIs was a big one too, and dealing with the withdrawal off of that. Uh, yeah,
Yeah, anything they give you that affects your body's natural chemistry output, you, it's going to fuck you up. And what's really scary about SSRIs is they can cause your what is it, the hypothalamus? whichever, I can't remember which organ it is that releases serotonin and melatonin and all that stuff. But if you take it for a long enough period, then
I do believe
that
it's the
gland,
hypothalamus. I do
yeah,
believe.
I think it is. But you can atrophy that gland, and then you're really fucked
Mhm.
because, like, your body runs off of a negative feedback loop most of the time, um, to where once a certain threshold is met, it stops producing to let it come back down to baseline.
Mhm.
And if you've got an SSRI, it's not making that gland produce more, it's just stopping it from reabsorbing. So the chemical
Right.
stays in your system longer and longer and
Yeah.
longer, but that means the gland doesn't have to produce as much or as often. So eventually it stops doing its job at a on a regular functional basis or physiological basis. And yeah, it's sometimes it never fixes itself if you stop taking that stuff. Yeah, like the shit they give people now. I mean, I can see what, like, the generations behind me. Like, I thought our generation was bad. The generations after us are being told, nah, nah, you don't need puberty. You don't need any of that stuff.
Yeah, we'll just block that,
Yeah, we'll
castrate
block
you.
that. We'll cut this off. Yeah, you're good. Take a pill. Be all right. Nah, they're intentionally fucking up people for money. And I hate to say it, but I'm pretty opposed to the stock market because of the corruption that's in it. Because I feel like the stock market incentivizes companies to always make a profit.
Um, well, I think no, I think the difference it's not that it's necessarily that the profit motive just exists. I think it's the difference between short-term and long-term profit. Shareholders demand a more immediate return versus when you own a private company, you're more inclined to think about the long-term growth of your company and perhaps more apt to do things like capital investment. Um, you might show losses for a few years, but the whole point is that like after 5 years, you're making more money than you ever would have if you didn't do that.
Yeah,
Um, also disincentive like or the stock market, uh, I think incentivizes just quick cost cutting to meet bottom lines. So you go through layoff cycles as opposed to fixing structural issues within your organization. Or you just look for a quick merger and somebody just like it's all about quick solutions versus fixing
yeah.
the problem.
Well, and uh, once you go public and you have shareholders and all this stuff, that's when your company can completely change overnight. Because then they'll incorporate the DEI or the ESG or whatever new bullshit that they want to put in there to cut costs and make faster money.
Right. Well, because I think it's a lot of that's because of ESG's ties to the financial sector. So a lot of capital that you need to do projects to expand your business is tied up with a cabal of people that demand you follow their ESG system in order to have access to that. So like if you're already a billion-dollar company, if you want to make it to 10 billion or 100 billion, y- you're not going to get there without falling in line because they have all the money that you need to I mean except like you could do it, you can get there, but it's a longer, more grueling road because you have to just your company has to work harder. You have to, save
Well,
up your
and
own capital or uh, yeah, things of that nature.
well, and the system can completely fuck you too. It can it can immediately snap its fingers, and all of a sudden you have bad publicity, and you got a bad name, or something comes out, or there's a whistle. Even if it's made up bullshit, like, all it takes is them to not want you to succeed. And that's why I'm all about, like, making this split. Like,
Yes, parallel
my
economy.
yeah,
We need our own economy,
one
and I
of
mean it's building. It's coming up. It's slow, but you know Rome wasn't built overnight. You gotta.
I've
I
actually,
mean, one of the things I want to do eventually, like within the next few years, is I want to go into business for myself and help build that parallel economy. I've got a couple of business ventures I'm looking to get into. Just got to save up capital.
yeah, right now my 5 year is to have my own print shop, so I can make whatever shirts I want, whatever message I want, and don't have to worry about any kind of approval. Like whatever I want, I make with that's off of AWS servers,
Hmm.
and it has a separate payment processor like Parallel. I'm actually already emailed Parallel Economy,
Hmm.
and I need to set up a time to talk with them and get them incorporated on the site. I just that's something I'm gonna
Are they like
have to dig
Stripe or are they
into.
more like PayPal? I haven't looked into them at all.
I'm not 100% sure on
Okay.
that, but just having that separate avenue of freedom to where I don't have to worry about payment processors saying, "Oh, you can't have this money. We're not going to process this money for you, or we're not going to host your website on our servers." Like, okay, that's cool, fine, thanks.
Hmm.
And I mean, honestly, I think something like that, if I could get to that point, like even if they do try to cancel me or something like that, it's not going to matter because most of the people who buy the stuff that we are interested in, they aren't going to listen to that.
Yeah.
Like they're buying stuff because they believe in the message and they're wanting to build this community up further. So they're going to go to where it is. Like you said, the market. That market's going to dictate it, and it is growing.
Exactly. I mean, essentially, what's all been missing is just competition. It's been
Mm.
the oligarchs are all just in agreement with each other with this ESG system and with diversity and inclusion and climate change agenda, all of it. I mean, is there an umbrella term? Like, I feel like woke's been kind of thrown out there as kind of like the umbrella term, but I don't. Woke was normally meant for more cultural issues,
You talking about as far as a financial entity perspective?
um, or just like an umbrella term that captures that because it's weird that
Mm,
they on multiple fronts they just agree. Like it's like I said, it's the climate change, the
to me, it's just
centralized
establishment.
currencies, and the woke ideology of uh, whether it's LGBT issues or with racial injustice issues, or and then maybe Marxism could cover it all, but they all
Uh,
seem to all be like at least on board with having a Marxist government.
to me, it's I just call it the establishment. Like I know a lot of people
True.
think of the establishment as just a political entity, but for me, the establishment, yes, it is a political entity, but that's also deeply tied into the financial sector, the woke agenda sector, the climate change bullshit. Basically, to me, the establishment is antithetical to personal freedoms and individuals' right to pursue their own happiness and you know decent human being shit. Uh, Speaking of climate change, have you heard the theory about the Earth's core?
No.
So apparently, the Earth's core has stopped spinning.
What?
So
What?
they're thinking that the Earth is due to have a severe axis shift, and they don't know what's going to happen with that. And one of the theories is, as the core when the core starts spinning the other way, the uh, outer layer, like the mantle crust and all that stuff, is going to stop. So one side of the Earth is going to be facing in the sun for who knows how long. The other side is going to be completely in the dark, and the winds and stuff are going to get up to like 1,000 miles an hour. So
Hmm. Trying to
maybe
think from
Noah's
from an
Ark
engineer's
wasn't.
perspective. The I guess I'm curious as to how did they measure this, or how did they find that?
that's what like we know.
I may have to
One of the
just look
things that
into
came
it.
out, we know more about the universe than we do the Earth,
Mhm.
like in the inside of the Earth and how that functions. But yeah, you want to talk about some end of day shit? Are already racing towards the Indian Ocean. South Pole is about hundreds of miles off of Antarctica. Really? See, I didn't know that. I heard about that talked about a while, like a long time ago, like
I'm
every
not
so
sure
many
that that's
years.
not just another psyop that they're just using to throw us off, because that's been talked about for a long time. It feels like they're recycling old conspiracy theories now.
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause I remember there was like this planetary alignment that they worried would do the same thing, and nothing happened. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I wonder about how much of this just comes out of is actually just coming out of the CIA planting this stuff out there for people to
oh, did you hear about the black?
versus
Go ahead.
I was gonna say versus like independent people actually measuring it and trying to alert people to a problem. So I guess the first question is who's the source? If the source is the government, I'm gonna say I don't trust it. If the source is like some independent source that they're trying to get the government to pay attention, um,
No,
I'd be more inclined to believe it.
I think it was that famous Japanese scientist. And did you hear the thing about the black hole that swallowed up the star and then it started shooting light out after a while?
No,
And like
there's got to be like
I don't
this.
know. It's fucking simulation, right?
It is. It really is.
It really
I mean, in
fucking
the end, it's
is.
all we're just gonna find out that we're all like in these pods with plugged into a computer program. Something wrong. Look up something
Apparently
wrong.
apparently there's a lot of shit about the Earth's core stopping. Hmm. Interesting.
Baron, we're always up for funny stories.
Yeah, let's see a funny story. Let's get off the doom and gloom shit.
Yeah.
Oh, are you fucking serious? Jesus Christ. You
What'd you
guys
see?
ready for this? This is about this. It's actually a serious article about relationships and how you deal with conflict resolution in your relationships. Woman who married a ragdoll claims their relationship is hanging on a thread after he cheated by texting another woman. Oh my god. I bet he cheated with a towel. Or I don't know, it could have been tube sock too. There's a good chance it was that. Let's see.
Maybe it was with a blow up doll.
Are you fucking oh my god. This
The fuck
this
am
is
I seeing?
God. This is clown world to the nth degree, man.
How is this? This can't be real. This is real life. This can't be real life.
A woman who married a ragdoll reveals he has cheated just as the pair are set to celebrate the See, gee Christ, people are delusional. It's an inanimate fucking object. Whatever this thing did, she made it happen. Like, hmm. Marivone Roca Mores.
Rocha Moraes. Moraes. Mo-
Is it Moraes? Yeah, I guess it would be
yeah,
Moraes.
because it's phonetic, so you should pronounce all of those letters. There shouldn't be a silent A.
Rocha Moraes.
It's like
37.
Morales without the L.
Yeah.
Moraes.
Hit headlines earlier this year after revealing she had met the love of her life, a ragdoll named Marcelo. She has since admitted the relationship is hanging on by a thread after claiming he has cheated on her.
I didn't even catch the pun.
Yeah.
Hanging on by a thread. I just caught the pun. I'm done.
Okay. How big is the strap on? That's the real question. Right? Because, I
Yeah.
mean, he's not going to have a micro.
No. So how's he gonna keep the ladies off?
That's right. I mean,
I
you think
wonder.
if he's got a robot weenie, yeah, I mean, he's gonna pull some poon.
I wonder if like the real story behind it is that one of her best friends stole him and, then used him herself.
How?
Like just,
How? Found texts on his phone.
I mean, that I don't get, but I am wondering if there is a reality to where some other woman has actually abused this this ragdoll.
Jesus, Marcelo, save some pussy for the rest of us. My God, man. That head of hair, those blue eyes, fucking mustache, Magnum PI mustache, man.
He's a fucking Chad.
He is a fucking Chad. No fucking doubt. Oh my God. Dude, this is sad.
Yeah.
This is the world we live in. After a whirlwind romance, she claims to have fallen pregnant as she didn't want to have the baby out of. Okay, this chick hooked up with some dude. Her family's super religious. Her brain broke, so she had to marry a fucking ragdoll because she couldn't find the father. That is my story. That is what's going on with this bullshit. Like that. Nothing else makes sense, right? I mean, right?
Is she actually pregnant?
All overjoyed about their new arrival. Miarivone revealed she started to have doubts about the relationship because she is the only breadwinner. I can't. God.
He's going to be a stay-at-home dad.
Well, yeah.
Wait, now
probably.
the mother of 3. Wait, she has. What?
Dude, this chick. She probably had 3 kids out of wedlock, and she got tired of her family giving her shit, so her brain just fucking finished breaking.
I wonder how old her kids are right now.
Oh, that's why she married a ragdoll. Never mind.
What?
I said that's why she married a ragdoll. Never mind.
What? I missed
I'm
it.
being an asshole.
Oh. oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean,
She's 37 and like 60.
He has 3 kids though, so someone was been banging her.
Dude, I mean, I've had those 2 a.m. last of the bar call chicks.
Oh God. Stop.
Farron.
Farron, I'm dead.
Yeah, you're coming into this now. Look what you've done to me.
Sorry, I'm not dressed for the occasion because I've been editing all day. I had 3 different interviews today for this documentary that just doesn't seem to want to give me an end date. When I just saw this on my other friend's channel and I was like, oh man, let's get a reaction. How are you guys?
We're doing great. It's great
you guys
to
are
have
good.
you,
Hey, I'm more worried about the human race now. So
Yeah. Yes.
Hashtag ragdoll rights, but okay.
uh,
What do you guys think?
yeah, I think this. Okay, does she have actual kids?
Yeah. It says that she has 3 kids. Does she have like 2 actual kids or?
Or all these ragdoll kids? Because it says now the mother of 3 and her ragdoll lover.
Ragdoll lover, like he's real. Well, I just want to know who he was texting. Was he texting a barrel of hay? Was he texting, who was this mysterious texter?
I'm going with a tube sock.
That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, here's my thing, is that when you go down to that hospital picture, okay, where she's holding that baby, the next one. Okay, that is a team full of doctors. And look at the guy the girl or guy, I can't tell, in the New York Yankees sweatshirt. That looks like they're really excited to be there. How those folks there said, "Congrats on your delivery, ma'am. This is amazing. Now, here's this white jacket. Put your arms through the front, and then tie her and put her in a freaking straitjacket."
Bring back insane asylums, for God's sake. Seriously, indulging this type of behavior is what's fucking wrong with us today. This lady has mental issues. Like there's no way around that. Something has happened to her to break her brain this badly.
Well, and again, we're clearly the guilty party because you look at these articles and you're just like, wow. So clearly we're kind of contributing to it. But at the same time, you kind of have to put it out there to be like, this is the kind of stuff that's now being allowed. Now, I think this was in like Brazil or Colombia or something like that.
Brazil.
Yeah.
Okay. But, it's a double-edged sword. Do we show people that these weirdos are doing this and, or do we just let it go under the radar? Do we show the birthing picture or do we let it go?
My question is, was it a natural birth?
Was it water birth? Was it a C-section? What was it?
Push it out? Was it pulled? Oh God.
Does the birth qualify like she sewed up like the last stitch? Like, what are we talking here?
There were definitely some stitches. Whether they were hers or the kids. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, look, I gotta ask, how's the documentary going?
It's going really good. If here's the craziest part is I've always wanted to do one. Didn't think it was going to be about this, but this has morphed so much more into just about Eliza Blue, which is why I changed the title of it to "This tweet is no longer available," because it kind of envelops, what originally got everybody onto this, which was censorship. But it does also go into human trafficking and how human trafficking is being censored. As I was saying in the chat earlier, I had a long conversation with Megan Fox today, who's covered a lot of this stuff, and how many of these stories are censored because a lot of folks just don't want to hear this stuff. It's just because I asked her, I was like, why do you think they don't want to hear these stories? I mean, she was talking about a case that she uncovered in Missouri where 1,000 kids went missing in the CPS down in Missouri. They only started looking for these kids. They found, I think it was between like 18 to 36 of the numbers were out of 1,000. And the only reason they actually started looking for these kids was because they were getting sued by a number of family members. Because as you had mentioned before, these families, like, let's say it's a mother and father and they get removed from their care or their custody. Aunts and uncles come forward all the time saying, I'll take care of them. I'll take them. And the court system doesn't let them. They go to somebody else because, as you said before, they get money. Family taking them in, they're not going to get money. So that was very eye-opening. So like I said, this is just morphed into, and I feel like every day more and more people are coming forward. Like for example, I was getting a lot of trolls earlier about how, I had taken a documentary from Lisa Ling and like just reworded it and made it seem like that was the documentary. I'm not even done. I don't even narrate it anymore, but people were asking me kind of for a preview of it. And after the Lisa Ling section, she came here to DC where I'm at in 2011. And you would think that her report, because after my script literally said, actually, let me pull my script up here for a second. Because I even say, because everyone's trying to rake me over the coals. It's like this group of trolls that hate me.
On the internet? What?
I know, right? Who hates people on the internet? Oh, I have some. But you know what? A lot of times, like this is kind of what happens. I mean, I'm used to it at this point. Damn it, where did it go? Let me look at my tweets and replies. Okay. I say, immediately after Lisa Ling's portion in the beginning, because I open up with a bunch of news casters talking about all these different stories about human trafficking and different facts and figures from around the country. I mean, this took me hours to go through and just YouTube human trafficking and going through different local news stories and how all of these news stories I hadn't heard, like they hadn't gained any traction. And so I grab snippets and it's all, looking through all of these different cases throughout the country. And then I go into Lisa Ling's in DC because it's the #1 trafficking hub from 10 years ago. Literally after that portion's over, the script reads, Lisa Ling came to DC more than 10 years ago to uncover the problems with human trafficking. You would think shining a light would raise awareness, help lower the numbers. But in 10 years, the awareness has gone down while the number of those trafficked has gone up. And I didn't have that part in the preview. So like everybody's like, oh my God, she's plagiarizing. She's this, she's that. It's like, well, I can't really change Lisa Ling's report because that's what she reported. I can't go and change up her report, which is why they're like, it's so similar. Well, yeah, it was a report, And now like I just actually have one of my friends who just narrated it and the voice sounds amazing with it. It's much better. I hate my own voice. But like, it's just developed more and more into like so much more than Eliza Blue. And yeah, it's been a great experience to like do all of it. But at the same time, I'm like, each interview, I just keep compiling more and more work for myself. So I finally had to like cut it off, of interviews. So I have my last one with Gabe Hoffman of Open Secret, who knows a lot about this stuff as far as Twitter and how it works with trafficking on Twitter. And he actually is going to speak to how Eliza has kind of damaged the whole hashtag search idea with trafficking and how that's not the way that it actually goes. Because Gabe has actually sat down with Twitter and stuff like that and talked to them about this stuff. So it's human trafficking, censorship, how Twitter does it. It's a whole thing. So, but how it's going, I'm trying to get it done as soon as I can. But it doesn't take, it's not like an easy, like just drag and drop. And I don't want to just throw out crap content, So.
Well, what a lot of people don't realize as well is how much of a toll it can actually take on the people looking into this stuff. Have you gotten to that point yet to where you're like, oh my God, please no more? Because I've had friends who worked in DSS and they work with endangered kids, and it's ridiculous. In the small county where I'm at, she would have dozens of cases every week of horrible shit happening to kids, and she ended up quitting because she just said, I can't look at this stuff anymore.
Yeah.
I don't want to be part of this. These kids go through stuff that people cannot imagine, and it's breaking my soul.
It's a lot, I'll tell you that. I've interviewed a father who adopted 2 young girls who were trafficked. One of them, it was out of Haiti. Another one, she was born kind of in like the slums of Appalachia, and very much like in the foster care system. Her family, like the foster care system, it's different where you go, as I learned from Megan Fox's interview and then versus this father's interview. he told me that for her, since she kind of came from a rural area, the first person that they would go to in this area of West Virginia, they would immediately go to a family member because there wasn't a lot of people that would come forward and say, hey, I'll take her in, you know. So this girl actually went from family member to family member, and it was like every 2 years it changed, but it was, they used her like as like a, how would you say it? Basically like a paycheck, you know, whoever, whatever family member needed a paycheck, then they would take her in. And then it was the last family member that she was with, where she was 4 years old, where they had her bound, gagged, and allowed people to come in and rape her for drug money. And it wasn't until I think there was a sting operation where they were able to uncover it. And that's when she was adopted by this man who was a pastor who was working with victims of human trafficking. But you know, you see, you hear a lot of these stories and you're just like, oh my God, you know, like, and even he says as a dad, he's like, you know, I understand like the movie Taken, where you want to take matters into your own hands. You want that vengeance. He's like, I
Yeah.
heard her stories as a kid, you know, where I wanted to take matters into my own hands. He's like, but there's only so much that you can do. And he's like, and that's the one frustration that most people who raise victims of trafficking, the system doesn't allow that. In fact, a lot of times these people are able to walk away. Also, like there was another victim that I interviewed where it was her mother's boyfriend doing it, and he got picked up for child porn, was arrested. Her own mother bailed her boyfriend out, and then he went back to doing it again. And he was in politics, local politics. So you look at a lot of this stuff and you're just like, this can't be real. Like, do these people really exist? So it's been a lot. You know, you got to kind of like step back after and breathe when you do these interviews, but it's been intense. And a lot of people think that this could just be like turned over in a day, and it's not that way at all, you know?
Well, that's why last time Eliza was on Timcast, I couldn't watch it because I could just like something was just off. It just didn't seem right. Like just the way her mannerisms and how she was so forceful on certain things, wouldn't discuss anything. And that's why I'm glad that because like I've been through that bad shit, and she does not act like I put out a tweet a few weeks ago or a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, if you've been through that stuff, you're not this proud screaming lion from the top of the mountaintop, because it's not something you're ever happy about ever. Like it's you feel it's degrading. You're not. It's shameful, but you eventually get to a point to where you're comfortable talking about it. You don't like talking about it, but you're not gonna, cower in the corner anymore either. You just
Right.
eventually you come to terms with it, and you keep moving forward. And it, well, you can ask Crash. Like I went off after one of the episodes we did because I was pissed because there are people who, like, you obviously you've heard the stories and you've heard firsthand accounts of the terrible shit that happens to kids. And she, like I said, to me, she's rode those coattails, and she was just doing what she needed to do to get famous. That's the way I see it. I can't see it any other way.
I think that one of the things too that I think I've even spoken with a few victims that are men, and they don't say it out loud in the open, but I've talked to a few that are men that are extremely angry because they have said how it is very difficult for men to come forward. It's much easier for women because women are seen as like, you know, a little more inferior. It's easier for women to be a victim, whereas men are supposed to be handle it, suppress it, and die, you know, with it suppressed. And that men have really looked at this saying, you know what, like this is even triggering to me, the fact that, you know, you have somebody that's saying, I don't want to talk about it. You know, I don't have to tell you, when they're like, do you know how many therapists I have to go to and like relive this stuff as a man and come to grips with what happened to me, and you can't talk about it, and it's easier for you to talk about it than it is for me.
Yeah.
That's what one of the victims told me. and you just see it and you're just like, oh God. And that's where I did tell every one of them. I was like, you can go into as much detail as you want. In fact, I want you to go into detail because nobody hears the details anymore,
Yeah.
and they did. They did.
Yeah.
So.
Like probably the best thing for me was when I finally talked to my family about it. It was 20 some years afterward, but I
Mhm.
finally talked to them about what happened and let them know, because there were signs there they should have picked up on,
Mhm.
but they didn't. Like, my dad had a shitty childhood. He went through a lot of stuff that, you know, abuse from the physical end, and people who go through, like, some, you either pick up on it and you see the signs, or you're just ignorant to it, or you just don't pay attention to it like you should. But yeah, I've never minded going into I don't like doing it, but if someone's really like genuinely interested, then I'll tell them what happened, and I'm like, it's gonna be rough, just be ready. But
Yeah, and I think also too, a lot of people don't understand that, you know, covering this kind of stuff, for example, I've been called a clout chaser, I've been called all this kind of stuff, and I just look at it and I'm kind of like, all right, for all the people that say that, like, you haven't seen the interviews, because actually after too, once it comes out, I do want to kind of have a section where, taught where I kind of release the full interviews with these folks, because there's only so much time, in a documentary. If I could, and mind you, every single one of these interviews, minimum an hour and a half,
yeah,
because it's going through everything, and that's one of the things where, um for people to call me that or whatever, I don't care. But it's one of these things where it's like, go through the interviews and sit and talk with these people about it. And, they don't know my style. They don't know my interviewing skills. They probably never even watched any of my old news reports to understand that, like, I take this stuff seriously. And this isn't, uh, a clout chasing thing. I could be releasing videos every single day, or releasing the interviews now and then do the documentary.
mm,
I'm taking my time with this out of respect for them. And that's what a lot of people on the internet, they want things right now. You got to do it now. You got to do it now. Why? It's been 3 weeks. What's taking so long? I will say this. I've had so many victims come forward that say, you know what? I want to tell my story. And that's been the thing that I've looked at it and I'm like, you know what? If anything, the fact that people are brave enough to now come forward wanting to put it online, it's like, well, damn, like, if this is cathartic to them where they feel like they can help more people, like, good on them, and that's been really powerful to see out of all of it.
yeah. And I to me, I don't understand the people who uh, conflate it with clout chasing or anything. Like, to me, people like Eliza Blue, they need to be shamed. They should be publicly shamed, because otherwise, nothing's going to happen, and they're just going to feel like they can do it again later at some point. Like, if these people aren't shamed, or feel like they have to pay a price or make some kind of amends or repent, nothing is going to change. You're just going to have the next grifter that comes along, which, I mean, that always happens anyway. But at least with this, people are becoming, it seems like, on the I don't want to say right, but the non-left side, they're catching on to things a lot faster, because you still hear the
Yeah.
same stories and tropes all the time on the left. He was an abuser, he was a sicko, he was a creep, and it's just a new one every other day.
Hmm.
So I'm hoping, like, one of my hopes is that this brings a little vigilance to people in this space, and they, like, pay a little bit more attention and look into people a little bit more. Which, I mean, you can't blame the people who've had her on, because why would you question it?
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
it's a serious issue. It's something that no one would shame anyone for bringing to the forefront. But there are those people who will ride on the despair of others to get to a higher position in life.
Hmm. Well, and I think also too, you look at it, to kind of like transition to like this anti-war rally tomorrow, right? Like, you notice how when certain movements come about, you know, like this, where people just start asking questions, where people start asking, well, why are we donating all this money to Ukraine? Like, why do we care so much about Ukraine? Like, we're not saying we don't care about the people, but like, what's going on over there? And then immediately, if you ask questions, you're a Putin apologist, you love Putin, and it's like, wait a minute, I just asked a question. You know, like people that asked Eliza, like, well, hang on, what about your story? You're a victim shamer. You're a victim. And it's like, so I can no longer ask questions. And if I do, I'm going to get labeled something because I simply asked a question that probably everybody else is thinking. I'm just the one getting the heat for it, you know? And that's where you look at it and you start seeing more and more of this dichotomy of you have to ask the right questions. Otherwise, we're going to label you right away.
Yeah,
you know, and that's where I'm saying with trolls, like where I started looking into the Eliza stuff and I was just kind of like, well, wait, what is going on here? And then a bunch of people came on to support. Then there was a few that came on to attack, and they still are. And it's kind of like, what are you going to do? You just got to ignore them, you know, and just wait till it comes out, you know? So it's been interesting.
Talking about the anti-war rally in Ukraine. I just want to remind everybody, ask yourself the question, who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline?
You know,
that's getting memory hold. I've been seeing that question pop up a lot about, you know, like the spy balloon story or the UFO stories. It's just like, what are they distracting us from? What are they distracting us from? I mean, one, the Ohio train derailment's one of those things that they're probably distracting us from, but also just the fact that, yeah, we did it. You know,
well,
like, why would they do that? Why?
Well, and so here's the crazy part though, is that when it got blown up, I posed that question on one of my streams. I said, somebody please tell me, what would the purpose be of President Vladimir Putin blowing up his own pipeline? Like, why would he want to do that? Now, granted, some would say, oh, because he wants to blame it on the U.S. to possibly attack the U.S. But if he had blown it up himself to use it to like attack Ukraine more or to attack the United States more, why then didn't he do it directly after that happened? You notice that he didn't really do anything. Whereas the people that have more
flag to enter Ukraine, he just did it.
Exactly, right? Like he had already did it. So it's like, what does he need to blow up something for? You know, he's already blowing stuff up anyway. And so you look at it and you're like, okay, there's a number of countries that have interest in this. You have Germany, who gets part of the money from Nord Stream 2. You have Poland, who is also, Germany and Poland, also NATO allies, where you're like, they could get some moolah because the United States, #1 funder of NATO. You got Lithuania, who could have done it by saying, hey, you know, we're right at the border and we want help too now. I mean, there's so many other countries, not just the United States, but mainly NATO allies that also could have been in on it, you know. But I asked that question when it happened, and I was this Putin apologist. How dare you? You don't understand Putin. And I'm like, I don't think a lot of you guys understand Putin. All you guys hear is how he's this, you know, authoritarian leader. He's the next Hitler. Everybody always goes to the next Hitler. I'm not saying he's wonderful, but I'm also saying, like, do you guys know about the Gulf of Tonkin? Do you guys know about all this other stuff that, like, never happened, or it did happen, but then it never happened? Like, we gotta ask
get their
questions.
Own Central Intelligence Agency has literally just admitted to orchestrating the death of one of our presidents.
And how quickly that went through the media. So you're like, wait, we've been waiting for 65 years for you guys to say this, and just, you know, oh yeah, the government killed him. Anyway, back to the other news. It's like, you're like, wait, what? We killed a sitting president? You know,
like literally a sitting president. Like, how does that should impact everybody emotionally when you think about it?
Well, and then you look at young people like us, and it's like, who the fuck's gonna run for president now?
Right?
You know?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I don't know, Putin. You know, NATO definitely wasn't encroaching beyond what the agreement was, and Ukraine wasn't bombing the shit out of the Donbass and the people of Eastern Ukraine who were still closely tied to Russia. That didn't happen for a decade. Like, no one wants to hear the inconvenient truths of what's actually happening and how corrupt our government is. Like, it's like Jimmy says, like, everyone thinks our government is regular corrupt, and they have no idea. It's like corrupt to
Like,
Yeah.
an unprecedented level.
And, I'll tell you, having once worked for RT America, and people are going to be like, well, that's why you're a Russian apologist. And it's like, I was working alongside Dennis Miller, Larry King, Rick Sanchez of CNN, Ed Schultz of MSNBC. We were all Americans, and RT was different from RT America. So that's like the first thing where I'm like, if you're telling me I'm a Russian person, like, a Russian asset, like, then you clearly have never watched RT America. That's number one. Number two, and also like Chris Hedges, who's going to be a speaker tomorrow, who I used to have Jimmy Dore on my show. Like, I used to have all of these different people on my show who were being censored basically by the mainstream media. But one of the things that was interesting though is that, when I first got there, I had only done local news and national news. I had never covered international news. And I will never forget too, my general manager was kind of like, what do you know about international news? And I told him straight up, I was like, I don't know a lot, but what I don't know, like, I'm going to look it up and I'm going to research it. And boy, did I, because the one thing that I learned is that we as Americans, feel like we are the greatest country in the world. And we want to believe that. A lot's changed from our forefathers who like fought in World War II against like, the Nazis and shit. But one of the things that I learned is there are more often than not, there's more countries out there that do not like us that like us. And that was a very hard reality to learn. Like, well, wait a minute. Why don't they like us? We're about freedom. We're about this. And they're like, no, you're not. No, you're not. You come here, you mess shit up, and then you leave. And that's where you kind of realize like, oh man, I really have been seeing things through this one lens, our media here in the United States. And that's how we're so distracted with the media is just right and left, right and left. You don't see the rest of the world, United States, and it's not that we're bad people. There are times where we try to help people, but there's also shit that we've done wrong that we just got to fess up to,
Well, it's not just the people either. It's the people in power. That's
right.
And there is a deep state. They want to control everything. They want the resource. They don't want to be self-sustaining. They want to be able to go over, find a resource. It's ours now. We're going to profit off of it. You're going to suffer, and you can have open slave markets again in Libya. Have fun.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Welsh brought up a good point. Like as far as the financial, what the central bank, is it the central bank that's in Switzerland?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Or the International Bank of Settlements.
Mm-hmm.
And everything ties back to money and corruption and power and making the elites more wealthy while everyone underneath them suffers more.
And go ahead.
Well, you were saying like we think we're good people. Like in general, like the average American is a good person, but we are starting to pull down the facade of this fantastical world that America is great and always doing the right thing, because like I said, the information that comes out now is extremely important, and it's great that we have this uncensored, unfiltered availability of news, which is why mainstream news is dying. But I think we need to get our societal standards back to where they were in the 90s, where it was more about our neighbors and working together and fighting for the same thing, where everyone was against illegal wars and wanted the best for the cities. Like, it's just turned into a shit show since then, though. And 9/11 was, again, I think 9/11 was one of the worst things to happen to us, not just because of the lives that were lost, but because of the Patriot Act.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely 100%. And the fact that, you have men that expose this stuff, who were fighting, like who are going to be talked about at the rally tomorrow, Julian Assange and Edward Snowden. These are people that are, you always hear the term now, whistleblower. It's almost like, they're trying to water it down now, like almost like how human trafficking now has, you know, whistleblowers. And a lot of it is done by the mainstream media, where they say, a source told me, a source told me. Okay. The last time that like people, like journalists said, like, you know, we're going to use a source is when their life was legitimately in danger. You know, like Deep Throat for Watergate, you know, like sources like that, where he was the head of like the second in line to the head of the FBI and was coming forward saying that this kind of crap's happening with Nixon, you know, which ultimately led to a president resigning. Like that is a source. All these other sources, it's like it's gotten to the point where either A, people don't have the balls to stand up, or B, they use it as a crutch to put out like what they think, you know, like or to almost kind of put it out as like, yeah, it's happening.
To
It's a
feed the
fact.
narrative.
Right. It's a fact because
Yeah.
a source told me. And it's like, no, we can't do that anymore, you know? But not only that, you have it where you know, these whistleblowers are the first ones to be, you know, completely dehumanized. Edward Snowden being in Russia, and Julian Assange rotting away in Belmarsh prison. You know, for over, you know, I think he's been in Belmarsh now for 6 years, maybe. I can't remember. Don't quote me. But at least, you know, then in the Ecuadorian embassy. You know, so it's just one of these things like where you look at it and it's like they're being made examples of for a reason. And
Yeah.
that should scare every American.
It's mighty fucking interesting that the people who are persona non grata in America are the ones who are speaking out against the establishment, where whistleblowers who can tell their story here are always going in the direction they want the narrative to go.
Mm-hmm.
Like the James O'Keefe crap that just happened with Project Veritas.
Yeah.
This group of whistleblowers who were speaking out against this tyrannical rule of Project Veritas, and he ate a woman's sandwich, and it's fucking ridiculous.
And here the source is what? Like the board, like the
Yeah,
executive board. Like
yeah.
note
The
to
one that just
self.
voted him out, right?
Yeah, note to self, never hire an executive board, you know? But like, yeah, that's one of these things though where you look at it and you're just like, no, I always say this as a great quote because it's truly stuck with me wherever I've gone, you know, as far as when I've covered stories or when I've reported on stuff. I went to Catholic school my entire life, and it was my Catholic school religion teacher who told me you should never be ever afraid to question two things: your government and your religion. Because if you can't question either of those, A, you're probably living in a cult, and B, you're probably living in a dictatorship. You know, if you can't ask for honest answers from your leaders, then what are you doing? You know, like why don't they want you to know? You know, and then a lot of people don't talk about this. And I'm not pro Russia, I'm not pro Ukraine, I'm just anti-war. And I've been that way for a long time. I was against the Iraq war. You know, a lot of people don't know, like Nurse Nayara was the Kuwaiti ambassador's daughter. Okay. They never said that though. But she testified in front of Congress saying that she had to flee Kuwait and that the Saudis were coming in, or that the Iraqis were coming in, ripping babies from incubators, throwing them on the floor, and killing Kuwaiti babies. At that point in history, Congress was 50-50 on going into Iraq and overthrowing Saddam Hussein. After her testimony, who, mind you, she was basically pumped with money and practice from a PR firm here on K Street in DC, a lobbying firm. After her testimony, every single person was ready to go invade Iraq. After hearing the babies in incubators, they found out it was all a bunch of bullshit, and she actually never was really in Kuwait. You can look it all up. It's all there. It's literally the Gulf of Tonkin that brought us into the Vietnam War. You know,
Or weapons of mass destruction.
And that's what it was too.
Yeah.
You know, you had whistleblower Scott Ritter, who's also speaking tomorrow. He was the weapons inspector, and went to Madeleine Albright and said, they don't have anything. And she goes, I don't care. Find something. Like, it's like, what? You know? And so that's where I look at a lot of this stuff. And us Americans, we haven't been told this stuff. It's not written in the history books. All it's really told, like they talk about critical race theory. I'm like, are you kidding me? Let's talk about the other shit. Like how there are wars that we've started since the United States, its founding, since 1960, we've been involved in 62 different coups, overthrowing other governments. Nobody talks about that. It doesn't make us bad people because we're not the ones who did it. Our leaders did. And we should be able to question them. And when we do, the people that do, they're thrown in prison.
But that's something else that Jimmy talks about a lot is how America is controlled by corporations in the military industrial complex. And when they want something or they find something they want or they need a pump, they're going to get it. They're going to find a way to get in a conflict. They're going to find a way to get those resources. And the best way to do it is to bomb the shit out of other people.
Yeah.
And what I don't get is, I bet probably 75% of the population doesn't realize we have a shit ton of resources here. But
yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're
talking like natural resources?
Yeah, natural resources.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Oil.
Mm-hmm.
Oil, we have what, the second largest amount of oil reserves in the world?
Shut down. Shut down.
But how are the corporations going to make money if they have to pay like American wages to American workers? And because it's easier to, hey, send all this shit overseas and let's just take what we need. And let's make the rest of the world dependent on our petrodollar, which is getting ready to fall all to shit if BRICS goes through.
Mm-hmm.
Like Saudi Arabia is already selling oil to China in yuan. And
here we were like trying to kiss the ass of Saudi Arabia. Biden.
Yeah. And what did get us?
Yeah, calling them, being, hey, can we get some of your oil? And Mohammed bin Salman is not even picking up the phone. He's like, oh, left on red. They look at us and they realize, that while we might be powerful, we can also be played really easily too.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% believe that the upper echelons of the elites they're still in the silverware while the Titanic's sinking. And
what's so funny is what is it, was it Armchair Conservative, was it, who actually, a Front Porch Conservative, who actually shared your stream, which is why I decided to share your stream, because I saw you guys were talking about
sweet.
and all
speaking of that, guys, hit like, subscribe, notification bell, all of that.
By the way, Crash Mondo, quit interrupting me, you're talking too much.
Ooh.
I apologize.
I'm kidding. You haven't talked enough. There is
I'm just so interested in what you got, and especially talking about like the anti-war rally. I mean, do you know if any of the speakers are going to talk about the Yemeni genocide? You mentioned Saudi Arabia, and it reminded me of that. And most people, I would say 90% of people, 95% of people, don't even know what that is.
And you know what's so funny is and I'm so glad you said that, because even Angelina Jolie, of all people, goes there once a year to help with the victims and all that stuff. Even Amber Heard went over there. Nobody still knows. Most people probably could not find Yemen on a map. And most people would probably not even realize how much money we give to Saudi Arabia to bomb the shit out of Yemen. Like they talk, whenever you hear the thing about, let's bomb them back to the Stone Age. We've already done that with Yemen. Like, we've done that, let me send you the website so you can see the speakers. My good friend Tara Reid was on with Tucker Carlson last night. Let me see if I can actually find that too, because she did an amazing job. I talked to her like right after her appearance with Tucker.
I got it. Rage Against War.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
And what's the craziest part of it all is that everybody is. It's not even about politics. So like Jimmy Dore, progressive, would once consider him progressive. Now he calls himself a populist. Ron Paul, who I used to have on my show all the time, libertarian. Tulsi, former Democrat. If you scroll down, you'll see Daniel McAdams, who was the chief of staff to Ron Paul his entire career, right there on the right. Roger Waters. Chris Hedges, who is progressive. Garland Nixon, progressive. Max Blumenthal, Democrat. His wife, Anya, progressive. Jill Stein, Green Party. Tara, Democrat. Let's see who else. Diane Sayre, I interviewed her. She's running for, I believe, U.S. Senate in New York. She is going as an independent because she's like, I'd identify with no party. Keep going. Kim Iverson, former progressive.
Jackson Hinkle.
Jackson Hinkle, who used to be on my show all the time on RT America, former progressive, now populist. Craig Pasta-Jardula, I've gone on Convo Couch with them. They're progressive, now populist. Wyatt Reed used to work for RT, now works for oh God, what is it? Out of South America. I can't remember. It escapes me. Along with Dan Cohen. But Wyatt Reed and Dan Cohen both used to work for RT America, but were kind of progressive, now populist. You're seeing how it's just literally all of these people across the political spectrum. They just want one thing: just stop endless wars, stop the military-industrial complex. We can bring manufacturing back here. We can bring everything back to the United States and make our own stuff. Yeah, you might have to pay a little bit more for your iPhone, but goddamn, if an American's making it, it's an American that I'll pay to employ.
Well, not only that, but back in the day, that shit used to last. Like,
that's true.
Made in America stuff. Like, there are still tools from back then that are just as good as what you can buy at any Walmart right now, if not better.
Mm-hmm. There are trucks from back then that still run.
Yep.
I mean, and that's the thing is then Toyota came in. I mean, I always laugh because I'm like, my family is a Toyota family, because my dad was like, they're starting to make American cars like shit. And we were like, nah, Dad, but then we started to see it and we were like, oh God, no, and it's one of these things where, and that's where I did a whole report when I was at RT America on NAFTA, and how when NAFTA came in, and it was during the Clinton administration, about bringing in Canada and Mexico and how we all can be together. That's when you saw every single Ford, Chrysler, you saw the fall of Detroit, the fall of Flint, Michigan. So that's where I understand, like, working with other countries, but you also have to remember your own country too, your own people, And so it's been interesting learning about how other countries do stuff. Like right now, I forget what the president's name is in Hungary, but they did a total expose on him, totally trying to bash him. And the president of Hungary was like, nope, I put up borders around the entire country. I have our borders guarded. Everything that we need, we make it here. We're doing just fine. And they're trying to get Hungary involved in the whole war in Ukraine. And they're like, nope, not doing it. Don't need it,
Yeah. Well,
thank you, Viktor Orban. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I remember hearing that.
Oh yeah. And actually, Tucker Carlson did a very interesting interview with him on his Tucker Carlson Originals. But you see just how there's this major breakdown. The part that's just so hard is it's like you have this like steaming pile of shit that's happening. Where do you start? Do you start at the top of it and start scooping away at the top? Or do you start at the bottom and scoop out the bottom? It's like, do we start with our local government? Do we start with Congress and the Senate? Do we start with the presidency? Do we start with the super PACs? Do we start with the lobbyists? Like, where do we even start to fix all this stuff?
So I'll tell you, the libertarian strategy currently is to focus primarily on local. I mean, one, because at least from our party perspective, that's where we can actually win. But from a decentralization as a principle standpoint, the idea is if we can get majorities in city councils and commissioner boards and school boards, you can nullify what's coming down to you from the state and from the federal. You can just rebel in a sense, like when those sheriffs, the few of them that did, just said, no, we're not enforcing your mask mandates or your lockdowns or any of that. That's the kind of energy that we need. And I think that we need to realize that like the federal resources are limited. They don't have the resources to enforce some of these things nationally. They rely on local enforcement for the things that they put in place. So if that is in control of the people, they have no power.
And you're 100% right, because when people were asking during COVID, what can I do? you saw many commentators, and I agree with them 100%, having worked in local news. The first place you're going to see immediate change will be your local government. Your local government is going to be like the ones that are going to be, applying mask mandates, what your schools are doing, what they're teaching, just anything immediate, you'll see it immediately in your local government. But again, it's one of these things, which is why I have always loved local news. I feel like it's a shame that it's dying, but it's the last thing that's really it's the last thing that a lot of these communities have. That's actually one of the next there's 2 documentaries that I want to do next that I'm trying to kind of also plan out too. Because if I get bored with the Eliza Blue one, then I go to another one. I'm very like ADHD, but it's the fall of local news and how you have these major news companies buying up a number of newspapers and news outlets in each market. There's like 232 markets. And the FCC, it used to be that you couldn't own, one company could not own 75% of one market. Well, that's now all you see today, but except that it's like, for example, Peoria, Illinois, it's one company, Nexstar Media, that owns every single media company in Peoria, Illinois, little Peoria, Illinois. They have no other alternative source. Now, it might be like a blog here and there, but like when I'm talking like a TV or a newspaper, they have no alternate pushback. And you look at it and you're kind of like, this is clearly, like corporatism, but also it's being weaponized so that people don't have, they only have one point of view. And not only with that, when you don't have an alternative point of view, or let's say in your local news, you have the mayor who, let's say, might own a car dealership at the same time. If he's a big donor of yours, are you going to question the mayor about, let's say, if he's embezzling money? Let's say if he is, doing unlawful practices? Probably not, because his money is what's keeping you afloat. And so you're starting to see the breakdown a lot of this stuff, and how the media, your local media, is the first thing that's also directly affected.
Yeah,
That's a documentary I'm definitely interested in seeing.
Oh yeah,
I look forward to that. I've heard about that, and I've not done much. It's been on the back burner for my own research, but
and I only know because I was in it. When I was a news anchor in Michigan, there was a GM recall. It was a woman who, it was like one of the gas pedals where it stuck. I think it was the accelerator where it stuck, ran into a tree. She lost her leg. She was the perfect story to highlight how a recall can completely change your life, and how GM was actually fighting her in court for her medical bills when they were the ones at fault. I go do the interview. I tell my news director, I get all of it done. I show her, and she's like, I love it. She's like, but this is never going to go past sales. And I was like, what? And she was like, GM's like one of our biggest donors. This is never going to go past sales. And I was like, well, then why did you have me go do the interview? She's like, well, I thought it was going to be about like how she came out better after losing your leg. Like, but this is what, and it sucks, to like think like, oh my God, even these people don't get it. But, when you're in it for so long, you realize, oh, I gotta, in a news director's defense, you have to please sales, you have to please the news people, but there's no journalism anymore,
Do you follow Ivory Hecker at all?
I think I actually subbed to her not too long ago, actually.
Yeah, she's a great follow.
Let me see.
She was the one that was on Project Veritas when basically she recorded something similar.
Oh yes. Okay, yes. I know. Sorry, I'm horrible with names, but when I know faces, yes. No, I actually subscribed to her, a year ago when she was let go. Because she was the one in Houston where smart bitch, she recorded everything, because Texas is a one-party record state, or a one-party consent state, and she recorded everything. Smart chick. For those that don't know her story, they were muzzling her for covering the doctor that came to DC that said that people did not need the vaccine unless they were actually like over 65 and had, what is it, pre-existing additions. Although PSA, we love the vaccine. Get as many boosters as you can. We love it.
Get them all at once.
Right. But she covered that story because the doctor that did that was from the Houston area. So it was like that local tie, and they wouldn't allow her to air it for those that missed her story. So yeah.
Kind of like the anchor who had the whole Epstein story already back in 2012.
Amy Robach.
Yeah. Interesting, huh?
Notice how they like really shooed that one under the rug too. And now she's fired because she was having an affair or whatever the hell, even though they were both separated.
Yeah,
I
both
mean, you look at
separated
some of
and
this stuff.
consensual.
Yeah. Now, granted, like, does it like look, shady? Of course. I mean, because it's whatever. But like these days, like what people haven't made mistakes, And TV, those are the people that have the most problems sometimes. I mean, I can freaking vouch for that, because you have all this crap that you can do and you can't do, and you're like, I got to keep it all up here, and I'm going nuts,
That reminds me of like the whole Tim Pool thing, because he had that little snap at his viewership or his audience, and it's like, dude, we just want you to look into the objective story of the censorship. Most of us don't give a shit about it. Like,
yeah,
cover what's
nobody actually
important.
cared
And
about that video. It was about the fact that it seemed like it messed with her timeline with what little detail she did give at the time, and
well, in the censorship,
nobody was like looking at it, like, okay, from a standpoint of, oh, so she used to do this, and now like she can't be a sex trafficking advocate. It's like, no, you could. It doesn't matter what your past is. If you're authentic and want to be an advocate, by all means, they need help. But there's something disingenuous, and like nobody would have thought anything about it if she didn't get Brittany censored and then followed it up with censoring more people, and even on YouTube, getting everybody's channels struck and all of that.
Yeah.
Like she caused this whole shitstorm herself. Anyway, I kind of detracted from your point there.
Well,
no, we can go into it. I mean, hell.
I kind of miss like, if you fuck up, just admit you fucked up. That like Jack Murphy, if he had just been like, all right, yes, I did some shit. What, I'm not proud of it. That's not me anymore. I'm trying to go this other way. It would have been over. He would have gotten trolled by some
Lucky
people,
Burrito?
but
yes, yeah, hers
right.
did. I think it was when you showed my trailer.
All right.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of lost track of all that have been hit, but
something's weird about that. Something is very weird about that. Like, even small channels getting hit because of a public video that was out for years. And my question is, like, what incentive did World Star have to pull that down? Because they picked up a lot of traffic on that video from this whole story.
Right.
And I doubt it was any kind of inappropriate legal, any inappropriate abuse or exploitation from a legal standpoint, because she's on video she said she had the idea, she wanted to get it done, she was proud of doing it, she got it set up with him and everything. And so I think they got a payout somewhere, or she's just got a friend who's really close with that sector of the entertainment industry, and they got a pull.
My theory is blackmail. I think that I think the just my opinion, this is all speculation, but the CEO or whoever she contacted to have that video made, she's got some dirt. That's my thought. I don't think there's any other incentive that would get them to take that down.
Well, and that's one of the things too, that like you look at it and you're just kind of like, how do I say this? I haven't been on YouTube for a very, like, I've had, like, I would post my old reports and stuff like that, but like I have not been on YouTube like as a personality, commentator, streamer for not even a year. There's a lot of things you learn in how to handle things, And, you know, like, for example, like I had, you know, a recent group of friends where, you know, you have falling outs and people love to make content. And so, like, if, you know, they'll use stuff against you, or they'll say, oh, well, you said this one time, but now you're saying this. So this means you're a liar. And like, people need to make content. You know, it's just the way that the internet works. And before, because I went kind of like to a dark place. I want to say like October, November, all the way to like January, where I mean, and I'll be totally real with you, where I was just like drinking a lot, and I'm just kind of like, how can these people do this? Like, I feel like I'm being attacked all the time. Like, nothing I say is good enough. Like, and you start to learn, like, at the end of the day, you just got to stop giving a fuck. You know,
Yep.
you almost have to like lose your soul a little bit to be like, I'm done, you know. And I know I've said it in the past too, like on drunken rant streams or whatever that have been clipped or whatnot. But you truly do have to finally find a sense of a human being, like, you know, it is what it is. And no matter what you do, people are going to find something wrong with it, you know. However, in her case, and mind you, I've admitted my faults. I've admitted if I've been an asshole. I've admitted if I've been a bitch, what have you. Like, I'll admit it every day of the week. You know, Catholic guilt. Lay down, Holly. But with Eliza, you know, there were things that were not adding up, and all she really had to do was just face it head on and say, you know what, this music video was at a time where I was, you know, I was drugged, I was this, like, basically what she told Shane Cashman. She should have come out and just said right away. And you know what would have happened? While the internet can be very difficult and mean, the internet is also very quick to forgive. And that's what I think that she really, her biggest misstep is trying to hide it. And, you know, had she gone to Brittany Venti and said, you know, hey, this is when I was being drugged, this was non-consensual, can you please take it down? Brittany would have took it down. You know, I know Brittany personally. And actually Brittany was even trying to say, hey, was this coercion? Like, did they make you do this? Like, it actually came from a place of like, educate us, you know? And it's just, yeah.
That
Go ahead.
that's kind of why, like, I've already decided that I'm just going to open up when certain topics come up, like my whole past shit. I've been like that for a long time though, like especially when meeting new people, or if I start talking to somebody or something like that. It's like I'm pretty open about everything because I know it's best just to get all that shit out and let it there, and then so no surprises come up later, and they can just judge me, feel however they feel about it. If they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. Fuck it. I like every like you said, everyone's got their own opinion on things. Some people are gonna like it, some people won't, and some people won't let it go. Some people are like, yeah, okay, well, it's different now. So
And you know, it's one of those things too, like when you have like even like a a little Twitter buddy of mine, Alex Stein, you know, him and I we laugh about a lot of things together. And he's like, yeah, he's like, you can have 1,000 likes and 1,000 positive comments. He's like, but then by God, you see like 5 negative comments and you think that that's like the entire comment section of just everybody hates you. He's like, and that's not usually how it is. The problem is though, is you kind of have to be on the internet, learn it yourself a little bit, and then move forward, you know, like you have to figure it out and then be like, all right, moving on now, you know? So, and that's the one thing too, is like when had Eliza just addressed it, and then had she also moved it back to, but guys, like my past doesn't matter, you know, like I'm doing this for the victims and I'm doing it for this, people would have stopped digging into her past. You know, like I it's one of these things where when you're doing this documentary, and I even gave a shout out. I was like, thank you, Kiwi Farms. You guys saved me a lot of work because a lot of people did a lot of deep diving research. because they felt like they weren't being told the truth. And if people feel like they're not being told the truth, they're going to go find it themselves,
Oh
you
yeah.
know? And it's just been insane.
You know, here's the thing though with, you know what all narcissists have in common? They can't admit a mistake. The ego is too fragile for that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's I always equate it to that scientist who's been working on his theory his whole life, and as far as everyone knows, that is the correct theory to have. And then some teenager fresh out of college comes in and completely blows it up. Like, how hard is it for someone to admit, shit, I was wrong, after devoting that much time, energy? And with Eliza, it's her popularity, it's her brand, it's her recognition now.
Well, it's how people view her. Then that's the most important thing. Like when it comes, like the difference I'd say with the narcissist story and what you're talking about is, the guy who put in a lot of work, he's probably suffering from like sunk cost fallacy. You know, he's put all this work in and it's been the wrong direction the entire time, and he's got to find a way to salvage that for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But with Eliza, everything is about building an image and tearing down that image of how she thinks people see her. It's too soul crushing. They can't handle it. And that the same goes with Jack Murphy. Like Jack Murphy should have been a nothing burger. It's just like, okay, he got pissed off. Turns out he had a past. Like it, but he just kept going. He kept doubling down on it, and like everybody just wanted it to go away. Sydney said, "It's just like, you know, people apologized. We're just gonna move on." But she didn't put a video out on it until Jack Murphy went on Timcast and started basically bad mouthing her again, just throwing it all on her. He there's no way he could take any blame for snapping.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah.
It's what first of all, I literally found out this week that the whole Jack Murphy expose, like how he got exposed, was through the Sydney Watson complaint to the Blaze. I had no idea. I just knew Jack Murphy. All I knew about him was that he was a closet cuck. That was the only thing I'd ever heard about him. Hey, Welsh.
Welsh.
Hey, guys. Nice to meet you. I'll just listen for now. You guys can keep talking.
But yeah, no. So like, I had no idea. I had just always heard closet cuck, right? And then I was like, oh my God, it was a super chat from Sydney. And then I watched the video where he went off on her. And I was like, oh God, like how deep does this well go, you know? But you see it. And had he just like admitted it, you know, he wrote the article, right? He wrote the I'm cool with my wife banging other dudes or whatever.
Yeah.
I like it when she comes back cream pied and
sick. But like, you know, it's one of these things like where you're just kind of like, okay, just like admit it, and then just you can say that you changed your mind. You know, like it's one of these things like where I look at it so many times too, like where, you know, but here's the craziest part though too, is like even like with trolls, like they're just always gonna be there. Like had Jack Murphy just said, yep, that's what happened, and that's it. But then there's also the other edge sword, like where the other edge of the sword where you can be like, yep, I apologized. Yep, I said I was an asshole. I did the wrong thing. My bad. And people will still go after you. You know, like my trolls, I'm like, yep, I'm sorry. This is what happened. Let's all move on. I won't bring your name up, you know, and even now, like they're still talking, and it's just kind of like, no matter what you do, you're going to lose. So all you can really do is just ignore, you know, and that's what I kind of learned with the internet.
There are people who are chronically online throughout the political spectrum. I'm like, I don't know. I just observe it. I don't respond to anybody anymore. Like I used to. At first, I used to respond because I'm like, really? Like, what's wrong with you? But then I moved on to trolling, and then that kind of got boring. And now I just observe.
Right.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
And yeah, that's the thing is too, is like I look at these people as kind of online friends, and you think like, okay, like we can work this out. We can work it out, you know, okay. But then you're just kind of like, no, we can't, because this isn't friendship. This is just weird. You know? Like I'll pop on a stream, for example. I'm taking a break from editing because I saw you guys on. I thought it's amazing that you guys are doing what you're doing. I love supporting small creators and trying to get them a leg up because, you know, I was once one. And I like seeing small creators talk about big issues. Like when I saw you guys talking about the oil or the chemical spills, I was like, yes, like, you know, we don't see that a lot, right? But when I see people on streams for hours talking about the same person and just ripping them to shreds, I'm kind of like, all right, how does this help solve government corruption?
Right. Yeah.
What am I going to do? You know, like, it's okay.
Some people just
So-
live for drama. They're addicted to it. Drama.
Well, it's how they get
I do
clicks. It's
think
how they
drama
do all
addiction
that
is a thing.
stuff.
Yeah.
And trust me, I saw it too. Like when I first started, like you kind of realize like, oh, kind of inserting, you know, your opinion here and there, but then people lump you in with everybody else that could be like, you know, doing a lot of more evil, like more harm than good.
Mhm.
And you just
I've
kind of
seen
learn,
that.
you're like, you know what? Like, I don't want any part of that, you know? Yeah.
That is 100% it. Like these people don't have lives, and like what Crash said, they live online. So their only way to get any kind of dopamine hit is to get a reaction out of someone. But I think like you are always going to have those detractors.
Right.
You admitting your faults, I guarantee it's a much lower percentage than the people who still troll Jack Murphy because he still hasn't said I fucked up.
This is true. Mhm.
And now he is the standard. He has become the standard meme for grifting.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Like
when people say that all
beard.
press is all publicity is good publicity, that's not 100% true. Jack Murphy
No.
and Eliza Blue are case in point.
Yeah.
There's a point, like sometimes negative press does serve you well. Yeah, controversy and drama that gets people emotionally charged and that attracts an audience, but you can definitely take it too far.
Mhm. Now Welsh Republic, he has an amazing podcast. He just had Brittany Venti on the other night. I can admit I've been blowing him off because I'm like, hey, I want to get the documentary done first. Let's do that. And then you'll be my first interview once the documentary's out. But he was the one that broke the news that Brittany was in talks with Minds.
That's right. That's right.
What are you going like this for? You broke the news.
No. It's just I'm dealing with just a bit of sensory overload at the moment. Looking at the
I hear
screen,
ya.
it's
I
not
hear
just
ya.
happening.
No worries.
But
Mhm.
yeah, that was a good interview with Brittany. I really enjoyed it, and it was an honor to have her come on my show and her say that.
You're a very good interviewer too. I was very impressed because it takes a lot to interview people. Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do. It looks easy. It's not an easy thing to do. And you guys have been doing great as well. You both up here.
Thank you.
Well, it's an honor to have you on because since I saw you on with Chrissy and talking about all the EV stuff and what blowing up things that people need to be looking at, and then learning about your history and what you used to do. Yeah, I'm pretty humbled right now.
Don't be. I'm just another everyday person. I have my faults. And yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah. Well, me and Crash, like, when we started out, we'd met each other one time, and it was at the Florida meetup, and me and Crash roomed together. And
Florida meetup for what?
The
Friday Night Tights.
Friday Night Tights, and
Oh,
that's
cool.
where Chrissy
Okay.
was doing her content house too.
Right. So she had a comedy show over that same weekend. So
Yeah.
we just partied all weekend with all of that.
So you guys have a sense of humor. You love comedy, but just
Yeah.
Oh,
it's not always all serious.
We love good comedy.
Yes.
That-
'Cause I'm a huge stand-up fan. I keep saying stand-up is the last beacon of free speech that we have.
So
Which
true.
by the way, that's my second documentary that I'm working on called Why Is Everybody So Angry?
So, what state are you in?
I'm in DC.
Okay. Do you watch Kill Tony?
Of course I fucking love Kill Tony.
I love fucking best part of the show for me is David Lucas when him and Tony are roasting each other. Holy, that just makes the whole show, whether it's a shitty show or a great show.
Oh,
Comedy
God.
to me, like comedy is in a crazy fucking precarious spot because of all the woke ideology that's coming out. There are legitimately hilarious comics who are not getting the chances, like Chrissy. Sorry, my opinion, Chrissy is one of the absolute top female comics that there is. And if you go to her show, you will see someone who does incredible crowd work. Like, she can go out there and she can just pop it off like that with the crowd. She can make it, it's great. And I feel like she's, she deserves.
I 100% agree, because it's very hard also to be a female comic. One of the things that, when Chrissy, I had met Nick Ricada, and then Chrissy asked to have me on her show, and I had never really heard of her except from Nick's show. And I was actually invited to the Content House via Ari Jacobs, but I was like, I have work, I'm not going to be able to, all this. It was just conflict of scheduling. But I started watching her, and I listened to her, live from January 6th special. And I was like, oh my God, this girl's freaking hilarious, because she doesn't resort to sex jokes. I cannot stand female comics that resort to sex jokes. You want to turn me off? Talk about a sex joke. She doesn't do that. Okay. We're beyond.
I mean, she makes sex jokes, but she makes them really good.
Well, she's got the right balance of it. It's
Exactly.
not the whole show.
It's not the entire routine. It's
right.
Like
she's not an
one
Amy
bit out of the
Schumer
entire
where
thing.
it's the entire thing, right? But then also, like, she has some like funny stuff where, and this is again like where I looked at it and I was like, wait, is she liberal? This is live from January 6th, so she sounds liberal here, but then she sounds conservative here. And I liked that I didn't know. I never put out what my political beliefs are. Like I always say, I hate both of them. I hate both sides. I'm a buffet of politics, but I just thought, ever since meeting her and stuff, and female comics get it tough, but her stuff but she's also being suppressed because she's lumped in with the right. So there's that door that closes. However, you're starting to see more and more comics come forward being like, this side's messed up, but I'm the asshole because I pointed out. And and Chrissy's like one of the first kind of female comics to do that. And again, I always say like females are going to kind of always sometimes get it worse than men will. Not that I'm like sexist or whatever. It's just, it's much easier to pick on a woman initially and shut them down without like the help of like men or what have you, because especially on the right, you're starting to see like this whole new weird dichotomy of it's just weird where they're like there's this small little group where they like hate women, and you're like, what the fuck did we ever do?
It's the manosphere.
Yeah,
the manosphere.
It's weird.
There's a section out of the manosphere that is
the MGTOW
permeating
movement.
Well, it's a mix of MGTOW, incel. I feel like there's more involved, but yeah, it's basically it's all the people in the manosphere who aren't taking the advice and instead are just complaining that they can't get laid.
Right, and then that's again like, like one part of the documentary that I want to focus on is like this weird woman hating thing. Now, granted though, it's only a tiny, I call it the section 8 of YouTube, the tiny little area, where these people are just really angry. However, their voices are amplified because either they're online all the time or what. But it's just, I think a lot of it has to start with COVID, where people were at home alone, stewing in anger. But then when I was talking to Megan Fox about it today, because she's probably going to be like a co-producer on it with me, she was like, I actually think it happened with, I think her name was Justine Sacco, where she did the AIDS joke on the plane on her way to Africa, and then landed and found out that she was fired, she was canceled, she was this, she was that, like done.
Yeah.
The fact that these people go for the jugular with you, you're just kind of like, what the hell? But it's just, humanity is interesting.
I think it's just the structure of social media. I will tell you that I started off 2023, the month of January, or the first 4 weeks, I took off of social media entirely. No Twitter, no Facebook, no Instagram, none of the alternative medias. And it'll change your life. It really will. So anybody out there, if you're self-reflecting and wondering, why do I doom scroll down Twitter all day? Put it down. You need about 4 weeks for your dopamine.
That that
not really
wave
the
that you
dopamine cycle,
ride.
but you're
Yeah, the
but
wave.
for it to kind of stabilize and reset, it takes about 4 weeks. I'm reading a book right now by Dr. Anna Lemke called Dopamine Nation.
Oh,
If
okay.
anybody wants more information about how all that works. Also, Andrew Huberman, who is a big podcaster, has a lot of information on it as well.
And if you've got serious shit going on in your life, like real life shit, like take care of that.
Get offline. I'll be the first to tell you.
Don't fuck around doom scrolling and
Mhm.
getting black pilled or trying to find joy through people who don't know you, don't care about you, and probably have no idea who you are or care about your opinion. Like, take care of your life stuff first. Make sure you're stable at home.
But
And
there's also the double-edged sword, though, like where the audience is like, "Where are you? Why aren't you on? Why aren't you streaming?" And you're like, "I'm trying to take care of some shit," but then they're like, "But we miss you," and like there is also like that pressure that you feel like if I'm not streaming, if I'm not doing this, like, oh my God, like, will people unfollow me? Will people this? And you almost have to just let that go too. I mean, because I was in it less than 4 months ago, where I was going through some shit, some really dark days. And it was one of these things like, no, you didn't need to do that. You don't, as much as like you love your audience, you don't owe them that. You have to work that shit out on your own. Because at the end of the day too, like, granted, there's a small select few people that want to come on and see you, having a drunken rant, but for most part, people just want to see you be happy. More people are like that than not, so
yeah, you've got the people who want to see you succeed, and then you got that small percentage of the hate watchers who are
Oh, God,
always
yeah.
there.
Yeah, and I think the issue is that they are the loudest. They're the ones who are spamming the chats. They're the ones who are like Twitter. The vast majority of usage of Twitter is by like 2 or 3% the entire online user base.
100%. I'm still listening. I'm just grabbing another soda.
Yeah, no worries. And so you know that it's all just drama farming for them. They're like, to think about that, like 97% of the users are just there watching it. Maybe perhaps they're just the doom scrollers who have stopped tweeting because they can't. What's up? Oh yeah, Twitter Anonymous. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, and it's not just Twitter; it's Facebook, it's Instagram. They all operate on the same principles. They are designed to get you addicted. They are designed off of principles that casinos use to get you addicted to slot machines.
well, they're doing it with video games now too.
Yes. Yes. The video game industry. Melanie Mack talks a lot about this, and how they're changing the way they make games instead of being something that's like challenging and even fulfilling. It's now about just getting your dopamine hits.
Let's see. I'm gonna look up. Let's see. There's a popular what's it called? Auto survival arena game called Vampire Survivors, and
I've heard of it.
It's like a few dollars, and it's a good game. And let's see. I immediately, the first time you get an award in this game, I was like, holy shit, this is the most blatant dopamine machine I've ever seen in my life. So, okay. Check this out. So, he's going around.
I didn't realize it was this game. That was Vampire Survivors. Okay.
Look at this shit.
Yep. It's just like a casino.
Yep, it is just like a fucking casino.
Dopamine.
You want it all. Yes, the first time I saw this, I'm like, Jesus, this game's going to do ridiculous because of this dopamine hit right here.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's all people want. Oh, shit. Well, I clicked on that.
Oh yeah, I guess they have.
Oh, it was a members only stream.
Yeah.
Hello,
I
the
guess
member
not.
screen.
Hello, member stream, or anyone who's dual watching.
So now Welsh Republic, talk about your channel a little bit, because you've gotten the interview with Brittany Venti. I mean, great interview.
Thanks very much, Varen. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I I started my channel last year because during the COVID pandemic, I was really worried with the way the world was going. It was very depressing. So I just decided, why not start my own podcast? I'm into politics and just get people on, let them share their stories. And pretty much that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
this guy is very hard on himself. And I've told
Yeah.
him he needs to, dude, you're doing great things. Like,
Doing
keep
great,
doing it.
Mhm.
Theron, when I first came in, this stream, you asked me a question. That Brittany, the camel's back. Sorry, I didn't respond to that quickly. What was that question again?
It was how Brittany you were the one that broke Brittany saying that she was actually in talks with the mines what do you call it, event, the
Minds Festival that
festival,
Kerry
yes.
Smith is
Mhm.
hosting. Yeah, that was pretty cool, to have that on my show, and it was a bit of an honor. I mean, I was unexpected that Brittany would come on my show and announce it. I thought she would announce on Chrissy's show or, maybe your show, Farron, or DeFango's show. But I hope she does manage to get the chance to debate Eliza Blue. But whether Eliza Blue will show up or not, I don't know about that. I think Eliza Blue is going to cower. And I think if she does debate Eliza Blue, I think Eliza Blue is going to get absolutely annihilated,
I can tell you, Welsh has been wanting this debate for a while, because ever since it broke, ever since like the censorship started, Welsh and I have been talking about.
Well, I wouldn't say I didn't want that this debate to happen. I
Oh.
just spoke to Crush Mondo, just imagining like there being a Twitter space between Brittany and Eliza Blue, and like, oh god.
No, I mean, I just thought about that. Like, I'm not trying to like put any pressure on you, Welsh, but just like,
no worries, that's fine.
yeah, the my thought was when that was announced, I thought, oh my gosh, it was announced on his podcast, and he may very well get his wish to see this massive debate.
Theron, I just want to ask you a question.
Mhm.
If Brittany was, let's say the debate did happen, right? How do you think they would react to seeing each other on the stage, and how do you think the debate would go? Like, how do you think it would go? And do you think it would be like one of the most intense debates there's ever been, like when it comes to, the streaming industry or something? Because you've got Eliza Blue, obviously Brittany, with her exposing Eliza Blue, calling her out in the very beginning, which exposes a lot of secrets because Eliza Blue has a lot of connections to people on Twitter, and a lot of people getting censored because it's very cringe. What do you think impact that'll have?
Are you guys pretty good with history?
No, it's one of my weaker subjects. Actually.
Okay, I'm average with it.
Have you guys ever watched the Gore Vidal and Jeff Buckley debates?
No.
Mm-mm.
A little bit. I think a little bit. Maybe I might have seen. I can't remember, but go ahead.
There is an amazing documentary on, I believe it's Netflix or maybe Amazon Prime. I could be wrong. But for those that don't know about Gore Vidal and Jeff Buckley is constantly I see Robert, he's like, I'm tempted just to record it.
Yes,
he understands what I'm about to say.
Isn't it in Texas?
It's in Austin, Texas, yes. And part of me kind of wants to go because I used to live in Austin, and a bunch of my best friends are still there, and I'm like, why not kill two birds with one stone? Go see a riot, go see a debate, go hang out with my friends that I haven't seen in years, why not? But so Gore Vidal was a well-known liberal Democrat, and Jeff Buckley was, some people refer to him as the father of conservatism or modern day conservatism. Many other people also look at, oh God, who was the guy from Arizona that ran against, oh God, what's his name? Chat, you'll know. Oh God, what's his name?
I think Front Porch would know.
Front Porch will know. Oh God, because Roger Stone talks about it in his documentary, not Goodman. Who the hell freaking was it? Hang on, because it's going to drive me crazy. Arizona senator who ran for president. I'll come up right away. Barry Goldwater.
Oh.
A lot of people, they go back and forth between Jeff Buckley, Barry Goldwater, what have you. Either way, television was coming on in its prime, and you had the Nixon-Kennedy debates. Many people, and that's a point in history, folks, where you see how politics started to turn into show business for ugly people, as Roger Stone would say. Roger Stone is one of my favorite people to look into. Many people are like, how could you? He's infamous. He's evil. He's this, he's that. I'm like, yeah, but he's the one that freaking helped design DC politics the way that it is today. And I kind of want to learn how he thought about that, you know? But when you listen to the Nixon-Kennedy debates on the radio, everybody who listened on the radio said that Nixon won. When you watched it on television and you saw
true.
Nixon sweating, you saw him where he was wiping his forehead, how, you know, he looked more brash in listening to Kennedy's responses because there were dual cameras. Kennedy won because he was very stoic and just very, I mean, also it doesn't help if you're, or it does help if you're good looking, you know? So with the Gore Vidal, the Gore Vidal and the Jeff Buckley debate, they did it. It was, I believe, I'm pretty sure it was after the Nixon Kennedy debate. Don't quote me on that. However, both good looking men, both young, one's a liberal, one's a conservative. And they started going at each other on television. And people are watching, they're saying, yay, like my guy's winning, my guy's winning. And all of a sudden, during the debate, Gore Vidal gets Jeff Buckley kind of in a little bit of a bind with his argument. And Jeff Buckley turns around and says, well, at least I'm not a fucking faggot. Because Gore Vidal at that time was a closet gay person. And it was one of these things where, again, I'm pretty sure he said either a faggot or a fag or fucking whatever he said. And everyone said, wow. All you had to do was beat him in the argument. And you had to go there, you know. That is how I feel that the Brittany Venti, the reason that I bring this up is that is how I feel how the Brittany Venti Eliza Blue debate would go. Brittany being, not that she's like got anything like, you know, in her past or anything, but like Brittany being the Gore Vidal, the issue based, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. The Jeff Buckley being the Eliza Blue, where she'll debate, but then when she's not winning, she's going to get personal. And that's one of those things where looking at these historical debates, because I'm a nerd, I love watching this shit. Don't ask me why. But it's truly enlightening because you see how a lot really hasn't changed, especially when it comes to our presidential debates, like with Trump, where everyone started attacking him personally. And he was like, whatever, don't care, whatever. He literally was doing the Gore Vidal mentality. Don't care. And mind you, Gore Vidal, and the reason that Jeff Buckley said it, because he wanted to trigger Gore Vidal to almost knock him off of his logical train. And I say this, you know, from a Republican did this to a Democrat. But now you're seeing it done on both sides because both parties are infighting. But it's just interesting how when you see these people that immediately go to a emotional argument, how they immediately lose. And that was where the documentary, I was like, damn, you know, because everybody gets emotional, you know, oh, you're this, you're that, you know, the minute you get emotional, you lose. And that's where I think Eliza Blue will go wrong. If there is a debate.
I was getting ready to say, like, what's everyone's over under on her actually doing the debate? Because I'm at 0% that she will show up because she didn't show up at the last event.
Which event
60-40.
was that?
There was an event last summer, I think, and I don't think she showed.
No, I thought that she did. Are you talking about the one that she actually raised funds to travel to? The other fundraiser she did?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I think she actually did go.
Oh, did she? I thought
Yeah.
she skipped.
And then
I
she
think
complained about not being on the flyer. Well, it's like she was a last minute ad. But
That was the Julian Assange rally here in DC. And for that one,
Oh,
she was,
okay.
and for that one, she was, I know they all run together, right? But
Right.
that one, like I said, I know way too much about this bitch that I ever wanted to ever know. You know,
Right.
like I know her life better than my own at this point. But that was where she was trying to get on the board with the Women's March, because that's what with Andrew Yang was marching with them. And then when Andrew Yang dropped out and the Women's March was like, meh, then she jumped to the Julian Assange people. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She does not deserve to be, you know, on a podium speaking where a great guy like Julian Assange is being, you know, honored. That's just, Liza Blue is just such a fraud.
You know, I feel like everybody does have a redemption arc. I really do. You know, like I was even watching a like little mini documentary last night on Alec Baldwin, who is another prime example of a man who has had a lot of, for lack of a better word, fuck ups in his life. The problem, though, why he started to become so hated is he never admitted to them. And he kept going to the press trying to change the narrative. And, you know, that's why, like, I can say, like, are there drunken rants of me on YouTube? Duh. Is there this of me? Yep. Is there this of me? Yep. Like, nobody's perfect. This is the internet nowadays. And everyone's like, oh, you're such a hypocrite for covering a lies on that. No, I admit mine. That's the difference, you know?
Who's that weird girl who makes who's not sorry, didn't mean to say weird girl. Didn't mean to say that, sorry. Who's that girl on YouTube who says like who makes videos of you? Fair and balanced?
Don't even say the name, because it's not even important. And I even said, who was a former friend of mine, I said the last thing I said, I was like, your name and your channel will never be mentioned by me again. You know, but here's the problem though, is that you get a lot of these people where that's how they live. They live off of that stuff. I look at it as like, hey, go after me all you want. You know, at the end of the day, all you're doing is you're making it harder for, how do I say it?
They're making it harder for their own growth, because it's like the CNN thing with Trump.
Yes.
Like, they blew up picking on one specific subject that people had an emotional attachment to, and now that it's gone, what's happening to them?
Well, not even that. I don't care about infighting drama. You know, at the end of the day, the amount of interviews that I've gone through, that I don't tweet out every single interview that I've done. You know, they have no idea what's coming down the pipeline with this documentary. I mean, I can tell you guys, I have a fucking Tim Pool whistleblower that came forward and talked about how, and talked to, yeah, I don't put a lot of this stuff out there, you know, and they can say, oh yeah, look at her journalism because she copied a Lisa Ling thing. I use it as a reference that was 10 years ago and how nothing has changed. In fact, it's gotten worse, but I only released this little preview of that to where I couldn't change the script because that was her own report. And you haven't seen the rest of it. You know, and like Megan has seen part of it. And Megan, that's why Megan came out so staunchly earlier today, where she's just like, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. You know, like you haven't put out the entire thing because you at least want people to kind of keep around and waiting to do it. You know, and I look at it and I'm like, so you want to point out my flaws? That's fine. As long as you don't go after the victims and you go after me, that's more of what I care about. You know, but at the same time, you know, people need content. And if you're not a good content maker, you're going to rip other people down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why are you going to rip somebody down that's trying to do good work? I don't understand. You know, but at the same time, you got to look at it and just say, to each their own. You know, to each their own. If now, granted, there's probably been times where I've given them the content, you know, again, like when I was in a really dark place, but I can admit that. I can admit it. You know, and that's where I look at Eliza and it's like, no. Me copyright striking somebody because they literally took work of mine, slowed it down to try to defame me. That's copyright. What Eliza did is it was somebody else's work that she tried to hide. You know, this is my own work taken, slowed down, you know, and that's where I look at it. And it's kind of like at this point now too, the less air you give them, the faster they die out, you know?
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, if you feed the beast, it's just going to
Exactly.
keep coming to gnaw at you.
the problem though is that, you know, I was former friends with a lot of these people, and that's where it hurt a lot. But then you almost have to kind of lose your soul and say, I'm done. like, or not that I'm done. It's just like, do what you want.
Theron, I feel a bit bad that I almost got you to say that name. I don't know. Oh,
No, don't. Because you know what? I used to, and now I don't anymore, because that's what they want. They just want a reaction. And my thing is you want to keep making videos about me, go for it. Make as many as you want. Make as many as you want. Because the only person at the end of the day that it kind of hurts more is you. And I'm trying to help victims here, you know, by like sitting through hours long interviews, having to go through, type out what they say, type up a script, have people narrate it, get footage, get all this other stuff. It's if anything, it's more amusing to me at this point, because it's like, you have no idea what I'm doing behind the scenes. None. You know, but you're going to attack me because one little part was I'm plagiarizing. Again, when you see the whole documentary, you'll understand why it all makes sense.
To me,
But-
that's so mainstream media type shit, because they'll get one little snippet of the story and they'll run 100 yards with it, and then the context comes out and they're like, oh, we won't talk about that anymore.
Right. And they won't admit that they were wrong. They won't admit that they were wrong. And you're like, okay.
Or
And
even
mind
when
you-
it does happen, and it's usually because they are legally forced to, because
Yep.
someone like Project Veritas forced them to issue a retraction. It's on some, it's always just, it's never on a front page. It's not something that it's ever going to be prominent. You'd have to search for it to find it.
Right. And even like my friend and journalist buddy Megan Fox talked about it, and she was like, you literally say in the very first line, it's 5:30 in the morning in Washington, D.C., 6 blocks from the White House. A news crew headed by Lisa Ling is out searching for young girls being trafficked. How I don't give credit to her. You know, and granted, I guess my only mistake is that I hadn't gone through the graphics yet, and I hadn't had it in the top corner, like the courtesy which is what we do in TV. And I was like, shit, I released the wrong one where I don't have the courtesy at the top. But like, you're attacking me of a fucking video trying to bring light to something terrible going on. What's wrong with you? You know, but to each their own, you know? And then this is where I look at it and I'm like, you know what? Enough about me. Let's talk about the bigger fucking issues, you know? Let's talk about, you know, the Mines Conference. Let's talk about Russia. Let's talk about anti-war. Let's talk about all that other stuff, because I'm a nobody, you know? I'm just somebody here editing videos. That's all. You know?
Yeah. Like I'd rather talk about stuff that might be boring to most people, because let's face it, the generations behind us, they're all about that immediate dopamine release hit. They don't have any patience for the longer drawn out impactful stories, because they feel like it doesn't affect them. I would rather talk about that stuff and maybe hit on poppy culture stuff every now and then, even if it changes or informs one other person.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise you're not going to get any change made.
Well, and that's just the thing is, you know, I have my good friend Samira, who her and I have a connection with RT America, where she has a ton of Twitter spaces, and she's like, Farron, I try to talk about Israel, Palestine, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Ukraine, Russia, all of these wars happening. She goes, and nobody stays in the Twitter spaces. And I'm like, duh.
Yeah.
You know, like nobody at this point, I feel like they almost want like just something simple. And that's where I even asked Megan Fox today. I was like, you've uncovered all of these stories. And even Megan Fox told me, she's like, I can only honestly think of like a handful of journalists that really cover human trafficking. She's like, and the reason that there's only a handful is because a lot of people don't touch the subject. And I was telling her, I was like, you know, I know TV. She knows print journalism. I was like, TV, puppies, kids, anything, you know, puppies and children, going to get a shit ton of views. And she's like, I know, right? You would think that children would be something that would make people want to do something. She goes, but at the same time, it's something where they don't want to hear it because it's almost like there's all this other stuff going on with inflation, with corruption, you know, people, you know, their pensions. There's so much worry that that's almost like I want to not worry about something. So people tune out. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of this has, if you look, for example, the reason why I show it from the Lisa Ling documentary, why it's gone up is because people's problems in the world have gone up. The amount of problems they're dealing with, drug opioid epidemics, addiction, you know, not, you know, people are $500 away from a medical emergency, from major debt. They can't afford this, unemployment. That's one of the reasons why I show why it was such a big deal when she did that documentary to now, where people are like, it sucks, but like I got my own shit I got to worry about. And that's the overall picture that I was trying to paint. I just happen to not have it in the preview, you know?
Well,
So when is do you have a new estimate on when first part's going to drop?
So I have, and I keep debating. I was going to do it in 3 parts. I'm probably thinking of maybe doing 2 parts at this point. I'm going to really try to shoot for next Sunday. The what it's going to bank on though is I have a number of different creators that are going to be the narrators for it because I can't stand my voice. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, you have a good broadcaster voice." I don't think so. Not for
Your
a
voice is
documentary.
fine. I don't know why you're being so negative about yourself there.
No. It's not that. It's just that I like having other people's voices over it because I don't like having to sit there and edit my own voice. And maybe it's just because of the editing process where I'm like, oh God, you know, like. But it's once I get
that's a perfectly normal thought to have. Like,
right. But
like
once
you hear your voice played back to you, it just will sound weird to you.
And a lot of people don't realize, they're like, don't you go back and watch your streams? I'm like, no, like, no, hell no. But so I have a number of different narrators that I have to send the script out to. And by the time they get it back to me, then it's going to kind of be a drag and drop situation on like the little video timeline. But I mean, like I said, there's just so many people that have come forward. Like I said, a freaking Tim Pool whistleblower. It's like, nope, that article should have never gone out, but here's why it happened. Here's how it happened. I guarantee you, because I was in the system with it all. I know what happened. And then I have another Tim Pool, a former Tim Pool employee that actually came forward and was like, yeah, you can show my face. I don't give a shit. You know, like there's a number of people that have reached out to me. I've got a good 12 interviews that are each an hour and a half long. And a lot of people don't realize too, that in order to release like a documentary to make it where I'm legally safe, I have to literally log, meaning type out word for word and transcribe their documentary so that I can make sure that like everything is in place. And then having like the courtesies up in the corner, having, you know, you're going to see like the little preview that I released is nowhere near the documentary that's being done, which is again why I laugh, because they look at it as just like kind of like a YouTube documentary, you know. And a lot of people don't realize this too, is the guy that released the documentary, which is an amazing documentary on Chris D'Elia, about all of the things, the comic Chris D'Elia, about the underage girls that he was texting and stuff like that. It's another comic. He's actually being sued now because he didn't have the courtesies and all that other stuff in there. And that is what I know as a journalist, to have that stuff in there to make sure that everything is legally, you know, every I is dotted, every T is crossed. There's a lot that goes into a documentary, and you don't make it overnight at all. Not even close. I wish I could, but I can't. It's just me, you know?
Not only that, but you got to make sure that the people that you are interviewing and the stories that you're telling are corroborated and truthful, because
That's another one. Yeah.
yeah, one false story and it can just completely blow up the work that you've done.
There's a victim that I have that I interviewed where I told her I can't interview her until I see the federal documents that she actually sued and went after her trafficker.
Mm.
And do you know how bad I felt having to say that? Like it
Yeah,
sucked.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Like being like, I want to believe you, but like I need documentation.
Mm.
And I felt like the biggest fucking asshole. She did say though, I get it. I understand why.
Yeah.
Waited. She had to go do a whole FOIA request because this lawsuit was, I want to say, like 10 years ago with her. She did it. Still wanted to do it. You know, like, but that stuff takes time. You know, FOIA requests don't happen like that. Those can take up to 6 weeks. You know, so for her, she was able to get it like in a week and a half. But you know,
I actually need to open an investigation into the local school board because I asked for some documentation on a few different things and they still have yet to provide it, and that was a year and a half ago.
I was to say normally they get 90 days. So what? You know.
Yeah. I've got so much other shit going on there that's yeah, it can wait.
Hey guys, can I just say something? I have to leave in about 8 minutes. I'm going to be interviewing someone in like what's it called? Armenia? Yeah, Armenia, that country, and like the genocide that happened there, which the West completely ignores a lot of the time.
Oh, Armenia?
Probably
at a good
Armenian
point
genocide?
Yeah.
Probably at a good point to start wrapping up. I still need to finish my packing because I'm traveling.
Oh yeah, shit. He's leaving tomorrow. Driving halfway across the country.
Yeah.
Farron, Jesus, thank you for coming on. Like,
yeah, thank you for sharing and bringing your fans and your trolls.
I know, right?
You know, I'll take the hate watchers. Give us much hours.
Did we get a scoop with the whistleblower?
Oh yes, absolutely. So one of the things that they said was that the reason that they came forward was because of the editorial practices that were being done that should have been done from the very beginning. And one of those things was that there needs to be editorial oversight. Now, when I say editorial oversight, I don't mean that somebody's over the article as being like, I don't like that. I don't like that. Meaning like you spelled that word wrong. Okay, I got this side. Did you get the other side? You know, being more of a neutral, balanced person to make sure that the articles going out are balanced, factual, and
avoid skewing to one side.
And fair. Yeah, and fair.
Yeah.
And the one thing that they did tell me was that they were surprised that the article stayed up, but that it said at the bottom, you know, due to the viewer, basically hypothetical, you know, like in layman's terms, due to the viewer not understanding gonzo journalism, blaming you and me, that the article was taken down, or that not understanding gonzo journalism, that's why the article was taken down. They told me if there was an article that just wasn't making it or it was wrong, it just disappeared. Nothing. Like there was no retraction. There was no explanation. And they thought that scoop being Tim did not like Eliza because another Tim Pool employee said verbatim that Eliza had stayed at the like compound for multiple days and that Tim was not happy about it. So when he said, I don't like Eliza, I don't care about Eliza, I think that was true, one. And two, they know for their own like mental fact, they're like, I know from his own writing that was not him that wrote that byline at the bottom of due to people not understanding gonzo journalism. that they think that Tim did it or allowed them to do that just to like satisfy them, also maybe kind of satisfy an audience at the same time, but that Tim didn't even want to cover this from the beginning, and that he also
Yeah.
didn't want Shane covering it from the beginning.
Yeah, and he said that too. And one of the things I've thought, it, Tim has been completely hands off with this. I think that's why everything spun out of control and it pissed him off when the people started attacking the channel. Like,
Right.
I don't think he had 2 cents into it because he didn't care about Eliza or her story. Or, yeah, I think he smelled the bullshit way before everyone else, and he just removed himself from it because other people wanted to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do feel bad because I think at the end of the day, you know, his name is on the marquee.
Mm.
Tim Cast, okay? His name's up there. So he's ultimately going to get the flack for anything that happens. Do I think he wanted this? No. And I think he was trying to avoid it as much as he could and thought, "Hey, I'll give a scrap to the angry mob here and have them, deal with Shane," and thought that Shane would be fair about it and realized that's not what happened. In some
Well,
ways, I do feel bad for him. I really do.
yeah, I think his company's definitely grown. I think Tim's doing a good thing overall because he's definitely not mainstream bullshit. But yeah, I think he's gotten to a point to where certain things are he can't control everything and remain sane.
Yeah.
And
But the whistleblower also did say, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it where you're going to say you're going to call out the mainstream media, but then when people write articles calling out the mainstream media, that you want them watered down.
mm,
And
yeah,
if they're not watered down enough, then they're immediately deleted.
well, that's why a lot of people got pissed too, because he's preached and preached and preached about this censorship issue, and then someone that he's tied to does this to other creators, and it's yeah, that's why a lot of people that's one of the reasons I wanted to know, like, look at this objectively and figure, like, what is this story, because there's something serious going on here that you vehemently preach about. What's that story? We don't care about the other bullshit. Like, what's the story with this censorship? Why does she have this pull? Why is it happening? Why are these people getting blacklisted, banned, and locked out of their accounts, and nothing's being resolved with it?
And I think ultimately, while yes, Eliza did censor people, while yes, there were weird practices that were going on, yes, probably at Tim Pool and whatnot. The ultimate bigger story, the umbrella in all of this. Why is human trafficking not getting the press that it should be? Why is it that human trafficking is actually starting to turn into a fundraiser by our own government? And B, why is it that the nonprofits that do get this money, none of that money actually goes to help the victims? And that's what I've learned in these 3 types of interviews that have gone on. These 3 sets of dealing with victims who said, I asked for money. I asked for this. I got nothing. Megan Fox, who's like, I uncovered how it was a racket through CPS and DCFS and all of these government entities that were getting tons of money and losing kids. And then 3, these government nonprofit organizations that are also given billions of dollars, and nobody can ever answer to those tiny little foundations. Oh, we don't have the money for you, but we can't tell you why.
Yeah.
And it's this whole thing how at the end of it all, because everyone's been saying, dig deeper, find out where the money's going, follow the money. I've been doing that. And I've realized that it's literally going nowhere but certain pockets of people, whether it be CEOs, directors, financiers, lobbyists, circling back to government, property. California alone has a $2 billion budget to help child protective services. Yet they had 2,000 kids go missing. Each kid should at least be afforded at a $2 billion budget, $40,000 each, with the amount of kids that have gone missing. But you can't find them? Those are the questions that need to be asked.
You were talking about how people aren't worried about this because they've got so many other problems, when it's ironic that it seems to be a lot of the child trafficking issues stem from the same people that are causing all the other issues people are worried about.
And that's the tippy top of the umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want people to investigate this shit because they're directly involved in it.
Yep.
There was a Senate report that came out 4 years ago, folks, that Megan brought forward in my interview today. So here's your spoiler. That Hunter Biden was directly involved in a number of organizations that were literally human trafficking people.
And that doesn't surprise me whatsoever, given what was found on his laptop.
When the fuck did we ever hear about that? A Senate report that came out. How easily that was swept under the rug. And she writes for PJ Media, that is one of those publications that's censored online, censored on Google. Gee, I wonder why. Nobody in the mainstream media would pick it up.
It's all Russian disinformation.
100%.
Yeah.
And how Burisma was directly involved with a number of human trafficking organizations in Ukraine. And again, like, that's where I laugh at a lot of these people where it's like, oh, investigative journalists, my ass. Oh, what the fuck is she doing? I wish I didn't know half this shit after covering all this stuff, after doing all these interviews. I wish I didn't know.
You mean the depths of corruption bother you that much? It's like Jimmy said, everyone thinks our government's regular corrupt, and they have no fucking clue.
Well, and then part of it is these people are like, oh yeah, fuck her, she's a liar, she's this, she's that. I want to expose her. Wait till the fucking documentary comes out where you see that this is much deeper, and I've actually found people that are very ingrained in all of this. But please try to expose me so that I wind up shot in my fucking king size bed in my bedroom one day. Like, please, like, expose me, daddy. Like I just look at it and I'm just like, you're literally, you're trying to hurt me because you're hurt, when, like, I am literally just a pawn in all of this. I'm literally a fucking nobody. The shit that I'm about to show in all of this, I'm a nobody. I'm just somebody that sat on a fucking Zoom call and recorded it. While a number of people who are very in on the inside. Again, I'm in DC. There are people here that have been wanting to talk about this for a long time. I was in El Paso as a news anchor, covered this shit, covered it with the cartel, covered how the cartel actually gets paid by the fucking US government to help traffic people in for votes. Like, there's so many things that, like, it's like, fine, you want to expose me? Go for it. I'm a fucking pawn at this point.
Yeah.
You're literally killing the person that's helping you, And it's yeah.
Haters gotta hate, though.
I mean, I'll take it. I get it. But I mean, if anything, as Roger Stone says, any press is good press. But I look at it and it's like, you're directing your hatred at the wrong people at this point,
Right.
But,
So,
Yeah.
since you're the one who's getting ready to go on an interview, why don't you go ahead?
They've said they've delayed for another 10 minutes, which is fine. I can stay on for a little
Okay.
bit longer.
I was gonna say
Walsh,
you could go
what
and
do
do
you
your plug
think?
first.
What do you think as an outsider looking at all this?
Oh, I've also researched Farron about this topic, and I can tell you, it doesn't just. There are even higher, deeper ups, the Vatican, and also others, but that's a whole, other iceberg.
And I'm glad that you said that too, because another point that Megan made from her research and all of this that I didn't even know, because I covered, if you've seen Spotlight, how all the priests were moved around. I covered how, and when I was a news anchor in El Paso, how they all came to El Paso after they were in Boston.
Wasn't that movie with I can't remember who was in
Rachel
that movie.
McAdams, Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah, that movie. Yeah, that was a good movie. That was.
Yep. How they uncovered all these priests that were molesting kids in Boston. Well, I watched that movie, no joke, and saw how they show every city where a lot of these priests went to and from. I saw El Paso, and I started doing my own research, and it's out there.
And can I just point something out?
Mhm.
Do you guys know that the age of consent in the Vatican City, which it is a country, was actually 12, 13 years old? Do you guys know that?
As of what year?
I think it was 2013, and then they changed it, if I'm correct, or...
To 9.
That's why I asked you. They lowered it.
Did they?
Wait,
I was fucking joking.
Give me a second. Let me have a look.
No.
That's why I fucking asked you, because they lowered it.
I was trying to make a very dark.
It's 18 now. It's 18 now,
Oh,
but they're, you know...
Oh, well, maybe so many lawsuits. Well, obviously, too, after probably the movie Spotlight.
Yeah, and they changed it. I think it was in 2013 or 10. But yeah, it is pretty dodgy. I mean, they did, because wow, the shit that goes on in that place.
Here's something that bothers me. That I'm just having this realization. How child diddlers are like the scourge of society. Everybody hates them. How are they the ones ruling over us?
It's all about power. It's not even like, I'll say this. In the investigations that I did in El Paso, like I said, where it was these pedophile priests that were then moved down to El Paso, Texas. TLDR, reason why they were moved down to El Paso, Texas, was because it's very Hispanic. People are bilingual down there. It's on the border. And one of the top nationalities of Catholicism is Hispanic or Mexican or what have you. I say this as somebody, when I moved to El Paso and I was driving into town as a Catholic, grown up my entire life. I went to Catholic school my entire life until I went to Purdue University. Driving into the gas stations to get gas, you had every freaking saint candle in the gas stations, like super freaking Catholic. And I was like, holy shit. Like, I thought it was Catholic. I didn't realize how much, right? They were put down there for a reason. And it's because many Catholics do not ever understand or even think that their own priest would do that to their child, right?
Mm.
And it's also on the opposite side of the country, Boston, El Paso, completely like nothing. So that's where a lot of them went in their interim. One of my best friends at the time lived across the street from a halfway house where it was priests were going in and out every 6 months. And a lot of people were not understanding why they were getting a new priest every 6 months to a year. There was a reason. That was their little halfway period. But not to mention, though, at the same time, you were talking about the higher ups being involved in a lot of this kind of shit. It sounds conspiratorial, but it's all a sense of power. It's not even there are the priests where, yes, they might be attracted to younger people, fine. But with the higher ups, it's like this weird sense of power. You know, it's like they say, like
Kind of like a domination arc.
Yeah, like people like with rape, like that's how they start. You know, where it's just where they can rape somebody. They can start from a woman, and they go to a man, and they go to a child. It's this weird dichotomy, like, or this weird projection of like power. And you see it in a lot of criminals as well, which is why a lot of those criminals that are seen as pedophiles in jail, they look at it where it's like, okay, you raped a woman. Okay, you wanted that power. But the minute you go to a child, that's where you're fucked up. And that's why, like, child people in prison are often killed within like the first 2 weeks that they're there.
Yep.
Because even fucking criminals are like, how fucked up are you? And that's the craziest part of it all. It's crazy.
I'm gonna see if I can get Jody Plouch on one day and talk to him.
What's his story?
His dad was Gary Plouch. He's the
Sorry,
guy.
guys, I gotta get going now. It was nice meeting you, Theron.
Welsh, plug your stuff.
Sorry,
Man.
deep topics. See you later.
Yeah, plug your channel real quick, Welsh.
You guys can find me on my YouTube channel, Welsh Republic Podcast, on YouTube, and you can find me on Rumble, Welsh Republic, and you can find me on Twitter, Republic Welsh.
Sounds good.
I love it.
Have a good interview, dude.
And I'll be on your podcast soon. I promise you. Let's like do something this week because I'm probably gonna need a break by Wednesday. Yeah, let's do Wednesday night.
Yeah, continue the great work you guys, Flagrant and Crash, the work you're doing, guys, and you too, Theron. You're doing a very good job too. Take care. God
You
bless
as
you.
well,
Bye.
Alex.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Bye.
What a sweetheart.
Yeah, he's so hard on himself, and I'm like, dude, you just gotta not worry about that stuff and just do what you're doing. Keep pushing through it.
You're gonna get trolls, let me tell you.
Given the psychotic bitches I deal with in my personal life, it's gonna be nothing.
Do tell. Let's change the subject for a second.
Well,
Lord, I'm laughing so hard because he's already told me all these stories.
Yeah. Well,
I'm new, so strap in, folks.
before I open that can of worms, Jody Plouch is the son of Gary Plouch, who shot the kitty diddler who kidnapped him on live TV, standing at the payphones in Texas, I think.
Oh wow!
You remember that video? The cops were escorting this guy through, and the guy was at a payphone. And as soon as they walked by, he went up and shot him.
No, I didn't see that one. Mm-mm.
It was pretty big story. Okay, so oh god, Jesus, we're getting into more personal flagrant shit. Let's see. So I'm going through some pretty shitty custody stuff right now. Got 2 kids, 2 moms.
Mm-hmm.
Boy and a girl. 50-50 with my daughter, because, and this is only because her mom did not want it to go to trial, because I can prove she's a drug abuser. She sent me with a car and admitted it in court. Her wife has physically assaulted me and admitted it in court. General piece of crap. And my son, I'm going through custody stuff with him because, been disabled since the surgery, have to take pain medication to eat, and they've teamed up to go after me on the grounds that I take medication that is prescribed to me and that I'm unable to take care of my son.
Oh no. Mm-hmm.
I was trying to find representation. I'm on disability. I don't make hardly any money, so I can't afford representation. They sent a subpoena for my medical records, and I was like, okay, now I have to do something. So I looked up the laws and everything, and I filed an objection and a motion to quash for my medical records, because her lawyer, he did not have legal authority to compel those records on his own. The courts do, he does not. So that's the grounds I objected on. The judge sided with him, but they did the motion to quash and the hearing in the same day. So he moved to continue to trial, and instead of giving me time to procure the records, he said I request sanctions against him instead. So even though he didn't have the legal authority to compel the records, the judge granted him the sanctions. They presented no evidence, no witnesses. It was all speculation and conjecture. But because I didn't have the medical records on me at that time, even though I had a reasonable objection to it, she still gave him the sanctions and found me guilty through for not bringing the records. They assumed guilt on that. So, yeah. And it's going to get interesting because now I can prove that it's basically a conspiracy against me. Because I've got proof that my son's mom's never wanted me to have 50-50 custody of him, ever. And it's based on her personal feelings toward me.
Mm-hmm.
If this whole issue was about a supposed medication slash drug problem that I have, why did she let my son stay with my daughter's mom, who has a proven drug issue, proven abuse
Oof.
issues, and all that? Why did she let her take him overnight out of town, but I can't see him because of speculation? So,
And it's
yeah.
one of these things like where, you know, I completely understand, and I understand with men how many things can go against them in
Mm.
divorce and stuff like that. I know from personal experience with family members, and you know, men have a very, very difficult time having to prove, you know, like, hey, that's not how it happened, or hey, this is this, you know, and that's where I look at it, you know, again, going back to like the trafficking, like where I see the court system where you're just like, if own fathers can't even have their truth be told, how is it that like I'm supposed to believe now, after looking at that, that
Mhm.
I'm supposed to believe that, you know, the court system has these children's best interest at heart, you know, and that's where a lot of people need to start asking questions. Granted, there are some guilty fathers out there, 100%.
Yeah,
There's also
absolutely.
guilty mothers, and that's what we're forgetting here. And that's where I look at it, and it's like, you know, just all of it is just very, very sad in the sense that at the end of the day, kids are the people who should be at the forefront of all of this. Kids, innocent victims, all of that. And you're seeing more and more how that's not the case. And the government prides itself on that. Oh, you know, we're here for the free and the home of the brave and all those that need help. And you're just not seeing it.
No,
You
So
know?
Flagrant, you're not patriarching right. You're not oppressing them hard enough.
Yeah,
Gotta
Exactly.
patriarchy harder.
Exactly. Exactly. Mhm.
it like I've been in like a constant rage for like the past week, and like I'm just spent on every front because I know I can prove that they're just doing this because they don't like me, because I have all the documentation now. Um, my mistake was going into it with good intent, thinking that
Mhm.
this was not going to be some shit show where they try to bury you with whatever they can make up. That was my mistake. So guys, if you're dealing with anything like that, you better bring every single piece of anything you can bury them with ever, because that the other lawyer is going to do the shittiest of shitty to you, whether it's true or not.
Mhm.
And it's it's fucking, it's driving me a little crazy, but I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet, go in severe debt, and because I'm too afraid to take it on by myself anymore.
Well, and here's the other thing though too, is that, you know, you could do everything right. And this is what I've learned with people, is that like no matter what you do, you're gonna have people like again, like trolls, whatever the hell you want to call them, that no matter what, they're going to just find something wrong with you strictly to make themselves feel better. That's it.
Yeah.
Like that's it. Like you could literally you know, like you could literally say and do all the right things, and they're going to find something wrong with you. And that's where you kind of have to look at it and just say, like, you know what? At the end of the day, it sucks. And I'll tell you this on a personal level. I had a friend of mine, went through a divorce. Mother kept trying to use the kids against him. And he finally had to say, you know what? I release it. I release while it's my child. I have to release it because at the end of the day, no matter, even if I do the right thing, I'm going to be a piece of shit. You know, same with trolls. I could apologize. I could say all of these different things. I could do everything that they want me to do. It's never going to be good enough. Never.
The one good thing is that I try to raise my kids to be decent people, and I'm honest with them when I tell them how important it is. And they, even as young as they are, they know, like, their moms are doing it wrong. Like, they know that they're just haven't gotten to the point to where they're old enough to stand up for themselves about it.
Mhm.
Which I don't expect them in front of that anyway. This is my problem. It's stuff I have to deal with. Like,
Mhm.
but I'm just gonna fight tooth and nail, and they've hit a button that it's just put me in a place where they've pissed me off to where I'm never gonna let this go.
Mhm.
And
You've
if
woken the
I
sleeping giant.
yeah, because I mean, it's ridiculous. It's literally all based on feelings. Like, my son's mom wouldn't let me keep him overnight for the first year of his life. I live 2 miles down the road from her. I was in college for nuke med. I was tutoring out to college,
Mhm.
and um, I was living with my ex, and they were friends. She wouldn't let she wouldn't let me keep him overnight for the first year of his life because she was afraid I was going to take him and run off with him because I didn't force a relationship.
Mhm.
And it's like that that's to me that is psychotic delusional behavior or extreme paranoia at least. And yeah, it's like you said though that I'll never be good enough in either one of their eyes.
And that's honestly like why I truly think, after this Eliza Blue stuff is done, I want my next documentary literally to be titled "Why is everyone so angry?"
Mm,
Because people nowadays, whether it be divorce, problems online, um, a lot of it's centered online, family problems. Do you know the percentage of families that have problems now? Not over well, some of it's over who they voted for, but over money issues and how families literally are deteriorating before everybody else's eyes, like before their own family's eyes, over either who they voted for or who mom and dad gave the will to. I mean, like, you see so many of these people, and it's like, why are people so angry all of a sudden? Is it, and here's a question, here's multiple questions that I ask. Is it because this new generation was told how wonderful they are, and now they're being told, bitch, you ain't shit, and they're angry about it? Is it because that, I mean, there's just so many different angles. Like, for example, is it because on the internet people can be more honest behind a screen,
mm,
and then people internalize that and then they shoot it out back at other people? People today are angry, very, very angry. They don't want to just like kind of bring you down. They want to fucking destroy you. They want to see your job gone. They want to see where you can't, find a partner, or they want to see you divorced, or they want to see you lose your kids. And it's like, how did we go from I'm going through a divorce to I had my entire world ripped out from underneath me, you know?
mm. No, I mean, a lot of it's incentivized too. Like,
This is true.
I mean,
Hmm.
look at the court system. Look at child support and adoption, all this. It's all incentivized to make it happen instead of doing conflict resolution and solving problems together.
Right. Hmm.
And I think it's a little bit of everything. People are spoiled. They feel entitled even though they don't produce or have produced anything. Um, they think working is something they shouldn't have to do. They've been told, like the stuff that the younger generation especially they see online. Like, look at how the anti-hero has become the new hero, or the bad guy's the good guy now.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a good point.
bad guys are glorified and heroes are laughed at.
Hmm.
And I mean, I think it's a little bit of everything, and I think a lot of it is we don't have problems like we used to have too.
Hmm.
So we're making up problems and just
So
degrading ourselves more and more.
there's
Hmm.
also, I think, we don't understand the full impact of what government psyops have on us. The there's I don't remember what the studies were, but I've seen some videos on it. The of rats in the cage, when you shock the cage, they'll fight each other, even though they
Mhm.
had nothing to do with the pain that they're feeling. They will
Hmm.
fight each other. I think we're overstimulated with external stimuli. I think because I think the internet is the conduit for it, and I think government, mainstream media, and other entities are feeding that into to us, and we're just the overstimulation is causing us to rage out.
And that's the question of, when did it all start? Did it start in the 2000 AOL days? Did it start in the 2016 days of the new election cycle? Did it start in 2020 in the age of Q, where everybody got into that? So that's where I would tell people,
Oh,
leave it in the comments below where you think it happened, because I'll use your comments in the next documentary that I work on called
look
Why Are People So Angry?
look up Jonathan Haidt's work on social media. He has some great work on when Facebook became a thing, and showing how suicide rates went up with uh, young women and young girls in particular. And
Starting in what year? That's the question.
well, Facebook was out in
Started in
06,
2005 because I remember I was in
05.
high school. Yeah.
Yeah, it was when I
Mhm.
was in college. And I think 06 or 07 is the year that he sees the inflection point in the data that he presents.
Wow. Hmm.
Yeah. That's already old data. We're already in 2023. Yeah,
But
it's
but
gotten
even
worse
even
since
during
then.
COVID, like during the lockdowns, the suicide rates, the rates of alcoholism, the rates of drug abuse, like, and folks, I'll be completely honest with you. Like my work, like where they had us where we had to work on a week and then we had a week off. And there were times like on my weeks off where I was like, oh, I'll just have a drink. Like I'll just like sit back and watch the media. And I realized, I was like, oh my God, I'm getting so angry that like my intox is happening more and more and more. And then when I heard, the rates of alcoholism are going up, and I'm like, fuck, you wonder why? You turn on the media and shit's going to hell. No wonder why I'm going from a glass of wine to a fucking bottle in a week. And like you start to see more and more. One of the best documentaries that's out there, very unheard of, is called The Brainwashing of My Dad on Amazon. Now, granted, it talks about the right-wing media, but it talks about how these political groups, they start with political commentary online or on TV, then it goes to online, then it goes to, they're sending emails out in the morning, afternoon, evening, and how these people are literally inundated all day, and how they are just made to be angry. And I even saw myself going through that. And you're just kind of like, oh my God. So like when you say like taking a 4-week break,
Mhm.
Do it. Oh my God. That's basically like what I did. I did it for like 3.5 weeks though. Not almost up to 4, but like you
Yeah,
really
being honest,
have
that was
to
a
do
day
it.
short of 4 weeks, but yeah.
Exactly. You really have to do it though.
It was my fault.
It was Flagrant's fault. That last day, he kept
So,
bugging
Yeah.
me. Like,
you want to
fine,
hear
I'll
my
check it out.
Mhm.
you want to hear my
Yeah.
toxic masculinity answer before we go?
Do it.
Yes.
I feel like it started a lot longer ago when feminism and the welfare state became incentivized to start attacking the family.
If you want to, again, this is like what I was saying before. You have a pile of shit. Do you start at the top
Yeah.
Hmm.
or do you start at the very bottom? Like where do you start? You know?
You need to find a way to slip a grate under it and spray it down.
Do you really want to spray it around though? Ooh.
Well, down the grate.
Shit everywhere. Then you're gonna be like Palestine, Ohio, just shit everywhere along your river.
I'm a
you
little
know?
kinky, I could go
Mhm.
there. All right,
Yeah.
Crash.
Flash.
All right,
Yeah.
you guys say goodbye. I'll be back in a second. I'll meet you guys backstage after.
Okay. Crash. You got to go tell everyone where they can find you.
All right. Follow me on Twitter, CrashMondoJR, as it appears. My name appears. Also follow me on Twitch. I haven't made my comeback stream yet on there, but I am tentatively planning it after this trip, hopefully soon.
We need to find a game to play too.
Yes. Yeah. I am looking to play Hogwarts Legacy, but also Flagrant and I are talking about doing some co-op gaming streams. And be on the lookout for a Rumble gaming channel. Do want to create one there because I think I'd prefer to build on there, but you have to meet certain minimum requirements before you can stream there. So got to build up the channel first.
Yeah, I think it's 100 and like
They lowered it to 25.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a recent development. So yeah, the threshold's lower now, and
nice. Guys, you can find me at Flagrant Triggers on everything but Twitter. It's Flagrant Trigger. And before we go, guys, do you hardcore agree with, oh God, I forgot his name. Levi.
yes, Zachary Levi.
Yeah, Zachary Levi.
It's like I was blanking on it too.
X-Ray got this put together for Zachary and his stance on, certain things that go into your body. All the proceeds from this for X-Ray is going to go to the Thyroid Cancer Association. So she's donating all her proceeds to that. So stop on by. We got other cool stuff. We've got Chrissy, we got X-Ray, we've got Lila Hart, we've got some other people coming on soon. We will have the Legion, and the Fellowship will keep growing. But I'm Flagrant Triggers. This has been Crash Mondo, and we got graced with Fair and Balance. Everybody have a good night. Leave your comments. Let us know what you want us to talk about. Let us know how you think the stream went, and we'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye.